listening to Danny Howes in the mix, recorded at Bedrock Resurrection Heaven on Easter Sunday.
Has anyone seen this woman on Twitter? Ava McMillan. Oh, she's a fucking character. She is a fucking character. Where do you get your wide, extensive energy from? What's the secret of your enormous spirit? My god. That woman is throwing her pussy from the free throw line. Alright, she's going deep. And I respect it, don't get me wrong. Listen, there's a lot of examples of dudes being cringy on the internet, so I appreciate inclusivity. I appreciate diversity. I respect the idea that a woman here is guilty of being really fucking cringy. And Bitaska, she is IVF ready. Bipolarism. Someone else made the comment like, it's called cocaine. Yep. Oh. Anyway, guys, today is going to be Fraud Wednesday. tonight, Tesla reports earnings. She doesn't even want a stallion. I know. She's doing it for free. Wow. Yeah. And if you ever go through her Twitter account, like, there's shit like this all the time where she's so fawningly complimentary towards him. And you just sit there and say, like, this woman will do it for a lot cheaper than a horse. So, yeah, that's fine. You know? Inclusivity, I respect it. You know what? I kind of respect it. Not too much, but I do kind of respect it. So, yeah. Yeah, IR already, yeah. Steezy. Calling it out, guys. The first fraud of the day is already Tesla IR basically advising. Let me pull it up. Where is it? Yep. So, Tesla Investor Relations has updated the company compiled consensus to fix an issue caused by some analysts not using the correct share count after the stock split. The average EPS for non-GAAP is now $1 instead of $1.09. The day of earnings, they're putting this statement out. Which to me makes me think we can expect EPS to fall somewhere between $1 and $1.08 per share. That's my expectations. Right? Who knows? Maybe they beat. I don't care. I don't care. I haven't sold my puts yet. Remember, I have November puts for a reason. The estimation is somewhere between $5 to $8 billion worth of Tesla must be sold in starting tomorrow. And I actually think it doesn't start until, does it start tomorrow? I think it may start tomorrow. But basically, he's got about 10 days, or 8 days rather, to sell quite a few billions of stock. And the thing to keep in mind also, guys, it's not just what Elon himself is selling. It's what all his compatriots are going to be selling. All the insiders, the Larry Ellisons, his brother, etc. All the people who are restricted under SEC rules as insiders, they may choose to sell at the same time because, really, it should go down. Yeah. So, yeah. Happy day for all. Happy day. Happy day. Yep. 'Tis Wednesday. So news last night and overnight basically indicates, let's talk MPC, because I know you guys are already talking about it. All right, MPC, look at them. Look at them. This morning, by the way, reiterated at hold, or rather initiated at hold. Valero actually got initiated at buy. So if you want to sell, looking back now, what we've got coming out, it's unlikely we are going to get at least a full refined products ban. I don't think we're getting any kind of ban. Perhaps it's just Biden's going to jawbone. That's fine. If you guys want to back out, by all means do it. I'm going to hold. All right. I'm going to hold. It's not a large play for me. It's not a high confidence play either. I noticed, though, that overnight, the positions that people took on the $100 puts, the OI didn't shrink. So someone's holding it. What is Jawbone? He's going to talk some shit. Remember what he did to the gas stations when Joe Biden put out that tweet, lower your prices? and then we went 99 straight days of lower gasoline prices, that's maybe what he does. But I did see someone point out, and it's true, like the spreads have been growing, crack spreads, particularly diesel crack spreads, 100% true. They're growing. I think the diesel crack spreads are like at record high. And quite frankly, do we think they're going to keep going up or go down? I think they're going to go down. So yeah, not a high conviction play, but I'm going to hold it. All right. Anyone who wants to back out, by all means. I'm currently down, 30% right now? Carvana needs some milk? No, they don't. No, they don't. They need a new business model. Yeah, I'm down 28%. And I'm going to hold it. It's that simple. Jay loves spreading crack. Sprinkle some crack. Yep, the crack spreads. Crack spreads. Yeah. I think Biden will be expected to basically announce the last 15 million barrels from the SPR. Supposedly, he said specifically something along the lines of like, what is it, like $68 to $72. I don't think he should put a price tag on when he'll refill it. Although you may sit there and say, perhaps he's doing it specifically to kind of spur more production. Although I don't know if that really works. Kind of secures the back end. Hey, Milwaukee Blizzard, how you doing? But yeah, I don't really fully agree. Let's check the SPY. Sure thing. Is it dying? Oh, look at it go. Yep, dip below 368. That's what I was waiting for. Hold on, might get some puts. I wanted to see if it broke 368. Small little gamble. So I just bought some October 21st 364 puts. Just one. The U.S. should just keep its strategic reserve of dinosaur juice for itself, considering the state of global affairs. Maybe. See, waifu, I haven't talked about it yet. Yeah, we'll talk about that later. I just bought some 3DTE, so October 21st, sorry, 2DTE SPY puts, 364s. That's all. And I bought one of them. So I was waiting to see if we broke 368. We'll see if it holds. I'll be quick to jump out. Not going to hold it for a long time. But again, it's one. I don't care. I can do some gamble. Yeah. I still think the market's fundamentally range-bound for now. There's no fundamental news. Earnings continue to impress. The good news for me, honestly, I'm taking more solace from the misses than from the wins. Why drop overnight? I don't know. Earnings, like I said, I'm taking more solace from the misses. Ally, which we will talk a lot about. Ally's miss, believe it or not. Like, we know the story. Automotive. Ally still threw some words in there to describe that they still saw a very strong consumer. They were basically increasing their loan provisions, their bad loan provisions, just in case there's a recession. Now, first of all, we expect companies to, generally speaking, be more upbeat than they perhaps should be. So that's not too much of a shock. And by the way, I sold my Ally position for plus 70% this morning. Hey, Stump Burrito. I'll talk about that one momentarily. I don't believe it's a Becky Canary. I think it's something very fundamental about Olaplex. But I'm not a big analyst in that area. So I was just reading this morning on TD Ameritrade what they were talking about specifically on Olaplex. Yeah, so give me a second. Yeah, but generally speaking, I'm finding more solace, quite frankly, in the misses than even in the beats. Simply because I'm still hearing that consistent message of consumers. Consumers are being more discretionary and, quite frankly, fucking good. We've had an orgy of spending. All right? Not just from government, but from people. People who, for a period of time back in 2020, couldn't spend. They couldn't spend. They couldn't go out and buy avocado ass and go to Las Vegas. They couldn't fly. All right? COVID did that. So we have some real fucked up comparisons. To that point, JP Morgan has announced they've cut EPS guides for 2023. Good. All right, consensus is about $240 for 2023 EPS. All right. JP Morgan just guided down their view to 225. Now, we spoke yesterday pointing out the most bearish case imaginable that I've seen anyone suggest was $200 EPS. They guided down under consensus. They're at 225. Pre-COVID, okay, 2019, $161. $161. All right. So for anyone who says you need to see the SPY go down to pre-COVID, remember, we are significantly higher on EPS. And you may sit there and say, but rates are higher. That's true. You should see a bit of discounting because of higher rates. That perfectly makes sense. My question is, should you see that much? Yep, Gaseous Clay. The 2023 estimated earnings have been repeatedly revised downward. Correct. And I still think they probably have room to come down more. It's not mine. Why am I playing MPC before earnings? No, I was playing the announcement today, and I'm holding them. So the Biden announcement today, I expect he'll try to jawbone on the idea of any kind of refined products being cut, particularly for exports. So it may not work. If you want to jump out, that's fine. It's not a high conviction play. The gap, get it? Gap between gap and non-gap earnings also continues to widen. I wouldn't look too heavily into that. I'm not going to do it like market wide. I wouldn't. As a former accounting student, I wouldn't look too heavily into that. Gaseous Clay, because there can be all sorts of reasons for that to be the case. That's not just Elon Musk committing fraud. Like, all right. God, look at the market now. Energy's holding shit up. Semiconductors aren't even doing too bad. Qualcomm's up, and no, I don't know why. I don't know why. I'd like to say it's because, oh, yeah, they're just undervalued, but yeah, I haven't seen anything. Are we taking bets on what kind of fuckery Musk does in the call today? Oh, it's going to be... guys, I'm tempted to stream the phone call because, my God, I think we're in for a masterclass of how to approach the line between what is clearly securities fraud and what's not. Yeah, Steely Hands, you're so much more interested in the SPR refilling scheme announcement. They're really trying to boost domestic production despite what their political opponents would have you believe. I agree. I'm going to be really curious to see that as well. People don't understand, okay? If Biden's basically making a promise to say, hey, I will refill in the future at a certain amount, the idea behind it is it actually boosts production because companies can invest in longer-term production provided their marginal cost of production is lower than the price he's offering, and it should be. Yep, Go Rebs points out, this is important. ESPN Bet is going to be talked about at 2:30 at a virtual event. That could be interesting. That could be very interesting. ESPN Bet, i.e. part of Disney, the House of Mouse. Lots of conversation about it eventually merging, whether through divestiture, whether through Disney doing an equity stake in, say, DraftKings. A lot of people are circling around DraftKings. which I think makes sense. Yep, Red Reptile. You heard someone say the Microsoft acquisition of Blizzard Activision is being held up by UK courts. How is the UK holding up a deal between US companies? Basically, if you want to operate in their market, they can set some rules. So let me give you an example. What if Microsoft Activision said, fuck you? Then basically they could be banned from the UK market. Hey, Whiskey Jack Black. How you doing, my friend? Yep. Today does seem like one of them days. I'm going to be rooting for Apple and Amazon to fall. They both have earnings next week. I've seen another report come out about Apple. Expectations now is they beat and they provide, quote, constructive guidance. So the Apple report yesterday got shat on by, I forget which group. Let me pull it up. I loved it. Yeah, Mizuho's Desk. Okay, so that's a Japanese research group. This article sounds more like a joke to me to catch clicks and eyeballs. The source is 2 people involved in Apple's supply chain. What? Any idea how big Apple's supply chain is globally? Steezy Burger, is there any way IBM can have a good report? Yeah, I don't know. I want to play puts on IBM. I'm probably not going to. I want to play puts on IBM, though. Electric Slayer, Apple actually reduced. We're just talking about that. You're going to get shat on. I warn you. You're going to get shat on. Electric Slayer. Welcome back to the channel. I can tell you just joined. Yeah, we're shitting on that article. Yeah, that's a funny thing. I'll go back to VTards for a second. This is great. You know? Someone points out they hope J-Mins gets investigated for, quote, pump and dumping a stock because J-Mins does, like, fundamental research and then puts out a piece on a stock. Meanwhile, no one talks about the people, like, forwarding on a story from back from September that's basically been shat on already. Yep, Sagano is correct. The iPhone 14 down, iPhone 14 Pro way up. Yep, that's the truth. Either way, it was good to see Mizuho shit on that report. We played Apple calls yesterday successfully. I am hoping Apple falls with the rest of the market today. I want to play Apple for their earnings. I think so many people are rooting against them. This feels like a pattern. Third quarter. When's the last time Apple missed on a third quarter? Because that's when they do new products. And every time you see that report, oh, weakening demand, and they always get shat on. So, yeah. I'm hoping Apple goes down before then. I'm not going to buy before Tesla, though. Stoop Kid, wasn't it just the iPhone 14 Plus? Yes. You've not missed oil. We'll talk about it. At 1:30 is the Biden announcement on oil. That's what we're going to be curious to see. So if you guys want to sell MPC puts now, go for it. Mm-hmm. Twitter is kind of flattish. I'm still pleased that Twitter actually broached 52. I'm tempted to just, like, take a bunch of money and throw it in Twitter. Like, just straight up use margin and just throw a bunch of shares in Twitter and say, fuck it, I'll just hold. At this point, we have roughly 9 days to find out what's up. Electric Slayer, I do like Visa. I almost think what's it called? American Express is the more interesting one. American Express, just to give you guys an understanding, this is a credit card company with a lot more focus on specifically travel. And every airline is beat. Every airline has beat so far. Travel apparently is back. Credit usage is up. You actually saw, like, net interest income and credit income finally coming in for the big banks. I would like American Express. What have they been doing recently? Yeah, I assume this shouldn't be a surprise. Steely Hands. C. Wells is projecting above average holiday sales. 6% annual increase. I did see that this morning. Like, yep. 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 Earnings apocalypse postponed again until next year. Yep. Now, who knows? I still wonder how much of that spend. People did a lot of revenge travel. Are we going to see subdued holiday travel and instead a shift to goods? This was actually a Stephanie Link comment before, which I thought was pretty clever. She pointed out with a lot of the discounting, you've had a big switch from goods to services and experiences. Now, could you see the switch back when all of a sudden now inventory's full, companies are discounting? Would make sense, right? That's something to keep an eye on. But yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised. I like that Sagano. People don't even want the iPhone 14. Apple convinced them to upgrade. Yep. Yep, you're getting tons of discount. Yep. Streamlabs didn't warn you about a link. Oh, it's learning. I may have to adjust my settings later, just so it warns you specifically. Yes. All right, back to what Olaplex. Stunt Burrito, you still around? Sorry it took so long to get to your question. She asked a really good question. Look at this. Olaplex is getting fucking bodied. Fucking bodied. All right. First of all, does anybody know here what Olaplex does? Someone had previously mentioned this is a really good company. I had looked very briefly a few months back, and it seems legit. By the way, this is a dead body, all right, from a stock standpoint. At one point, this is a $28 stock, okay? It's now under $5. Forward PE is about 16. They basically guided down last night about 20%. This is a Becky stock. This is a Becky stock. This is not the Becky stock. All right. Specifically, this is hair care. This is a hair care product. Women love it. This is an expensive product too, okay? Their gross margin is 77%. That's really high. All right? Yeah. Dear gentlemen, if your woman's using if your woman's using Olaplex, all right, this is expensive shit. You've been short on hair your whole life. Yeah. CM Bird, reopening play that is dying out or just market overreacting? Here's my suspicion on it. And as I pull up the news, let me first of all, notice all these downgrades. All right. Strong buy, market perform, overweight, equal weight, overweight, underweight, buy, hold, outperform, inline, buy to underperform, overweight to neutral, overweight to equal weight. Truist is actually maintaining their buy. Let's see. The specific issue at hand, yeah, from Bank of America. So basically, the indication was their preliminary earnings, Q3 sales, and adjusted EBITDA would underperform consensus by 15% and 22%, respectively. So they lowered sales guidance from 796 million to 704 to 711 million. Okay, that's a pretty big deal. All right. Here's the interesting issue. The material revision was driven by a significant change in Olaplex's medium-term runway based on factors including discretionary consumption driven by macro pressures, slowing customer acquisition, which to me is all bullshit. The next part's the important part. Increasing competitor products priced at a discount and tightening of retail inventories. This is an inventory story with challenge. Personally, you used it for a while and bought a bunch of Nexus when it went on sale at Costco. You're a Becky Canary. Nice, nice. Thank you for that one, Stump Burrito. Yeah. So my belief on this one, and I think that's what Bank of America is saying, there's competition in this space. This is, first of all, a narrow product line. Correct me if I'm wrong, Stump Burrito. This is only hair care, right? And it's the most expensive hair care imaginable, right? If you think consumers are going to become a little more choosy, a little more, quote, discretionary, this is exactly the type of product women can downgrade on. But do you know what women are not going to downgrade on? Ulta. And Ulta is getting fucking rocked. I'm keeping my eyes on Ulta. Lulu would be another example. Okay, remember, Ulta sells a wide range of beauty products. Okay, and to my wonderful women audience who don't mind doxing yourselves as women, I know on the internet stuff. Are you more likely to try to save a few bucks on shampoo, conditioner, or makeup, lipstick, etc.? My question is this a fair beatdown to Ulta right now? Remember, last time Ulta was down, we thought it was bullshit. Lol, women don't save. Don't be sexist. All right? Don't be sexist. Makeup is just so specific. Sounds about right. Yeah. So I'm wondering, anybody on the crayon eating side, I would love to see your viewpoints specifically on like Ulta right now. Because to me, this one being down on the weakness of shampoo is a weird one. Ms. Goreb says she would cut on hair stuff first. Sounds about right. Companies' earnings are holding up, but that won't be enough to support their stock price in a low growth, high rates environment. Margie, let me point out right now, you are talking about a lot of stocks which are down like 30%. That's already been to a certain degree priced in. That's why, I mean, companies are beating expectations, but expectations for a lot of companies is a lot lower than it was like a year ago. And their stock price is also lower. Does that make sense? I mean, to me, the greatest example, and we'll talk about it momentarily, is going to be ASML, where it's like, look what was priced into that stock. No wonder it was doing so well after beating. And they had a really good quarter. SPA hit 366. Did it? It's under 366. Now it's back above. So yeah, Olaplex from a long-term basis, my bigger concern is all about the idea that they have competition in this space. Competition's a concern. Did we just bounce off 366? I'm going to jump out of my spy puts. Sorry, spy put. Just in case. Stump Burrito buyout candidate? That's an interesting idea. I don't know. If I was much bigger on CPG, I would love. I think that would be a really interesting one. Because if you look at Olaplex, back to Olaplex for a second, okay? All right, fine. They guided down. Let's presume on the guide down of what, 30% on EPS. Fine. Let's just say straight up, we're gonna move their forward PE to say 18. Okay, a forward PE of 18 for a CPG company with emerging brand equity is not bad price. I think there's too often where, especially us as like value style investors, where we're like, anything at a PE over 12, we're like, what the fuck is that? All right. This is a newish company. It's still profitable right now. They make money. They legit make money. Brand equity, the value of the brand itself. So like Coca-Cola, how much do you think they would sell if they sold it in just white cans with no branding, right? They would get less. So that's what I would say. Yeah. So brand equity is just a term to basically say like the premium over the basic product that you can basically associate with the label on the front. Do they produce their own products or contract? Ugh, I don't know. It's a super good question. I almost assure you it's gonna be contract. So like Yeezys are a great example. Whiskey Jack Black, actually an all white can with no branding, would probably sell stupidly well. You prefer plain white can, buy original cocaine form. Jesus Christ, guys. I love my audience. A good example, by the way, of like branding, a brand equity. Have you guys heard of Liquid Death? It's water in a can, and it's like doing really well. And it's expensive. Why? Because it's called Liquid Death. It's branding. Yeah, Yeezys, by the way, is a great example. The price premium you pay for a Yeezy compared to a shoe that looks exactly like that, but it's not called a Yeezy. Yep. Liquid Death. I'm not joking. Like Voss Water, it's another great example. That's why we need a recession. You got a can of Liquid Death at a cancer fundraiser 5K. Oh my god. That is fucking hilarious. Like the old joke, like the Make a Wish Foundation should now be changed to no, Make a Second Wish. Anyway, it's like NPC. Well, what's happening? What's wrong? Now I'm only down 13%. Yeah. We should talk about the ridiculous valuations of energy drink companies. Man, that'd be an interesting topic. All right, guys, let's talk ASML. Holy shit. Their earnings were pretty good. I am kicking myself for not playing it. I am kicking myself for not playing it. All right. First of all, contrary to popular belief, they guide up. They guided up. All right. They actually maintained their guide on number of tools they're selling. Hey, Jankwalk, how you doing, my friend? You feel like everyone's having good earnings? No. We'll talk about Ally next. No. Garfo, I switched over to actually McDonald's coffee so I could decrease my sugar intake. Yeah. Each morning, I'm basically going to McDonald's. ASML will move me into lamb research. Absolutely. Windmaster is a monster. We've learned this one now. Now we all understand. You bought 100 plus cases of Monster since COVID. Yeah, back to ASML. ASML had a very good quarter. ASML's outlook, okay? Fiscal 2020 year-over-year sales growth at each earnings, okay? It's actually going down, the outlook. They're guiding up their specific margin. Here's the interesting thing. Remember this. Specifically in regards to ASML, they have this revenue recognition problem where basically they go through and they book a bunch of orders called bookings. Go figure. They book future orders. Then, during a quarter, as they create those tools, they then used to ship them to the customer. They'd send their engineers over to install the systems, very expensive. Then they would test it. And once that test was done and the customer signed off, then ASML was allowed to book revenue. What they've done this year specifically, my fault. What they used to do was do all that testing at their own facility, then break apart the tool, ship it to the customer, have it assembled, and then they would sign off. Now what they do to speed up the whole process, they ship first and do all the testing, acceptance testing at the customer facility. This basically pushes off their ability to recognize revenue because they're not going to recognize revenue until that sign off happens. Basically, until each unit, each tool. Remember, when we call it a tool, it's like a bus sized unit. They're huge. Once they're tested and accepted, that's when they can book revenue. So they go from bookings to revenue. So that holds them back. All year long, they've been holding them back because basically they're trying to ship these tools as fast as possible to customers so that the second the customer signs off on it, they can immediately put it into use creating semiconductors. The important thing to remember about ASML is this. The real number is actually not revenue, it's bookings. And they just had record bookings. Their backlog is 39 billion fucking dollars. 39 billion. By the way, their backlog is booked in euros. Okay? This is a Netherlands-based company. Their currency sucks. So as their currency strengthens, that actually may give them some headwinds. Sorry, some tailwinds. Hey, Jenkwalk. Thank you for the first time chat. Some deep industry knowledge. Weapons grade autism. Know if any other upstream semi companies do the same? Yep, I believe actually a bunch of them do. The difference is each ASML tool is. I'm not trying to talk shit about the other semi caps. An ASML lithography tool is substantially more complicated. Like, I think an example is like an applied material, like a deposition tool. Like one of their full systems could be somewhere around 20 to 30 million. Compare that to like ASML. Their high NA EUV systems, which they'll be shipping next year, are over 300 million per. They're fucking huge. They are fucking huge. So other upstream semi companies would definitely they would probably have the same thing. The difference is because of the sophistication specific, and this is again not shitting on the other companies. Their tools are really sophisticated too. It's just particularly EUV tools are insane. They are absolutely nuts. When ASML put forth EUV tools, you basically had to recreate clean rooms for fabs because of the unique requirements for these tools. Like, oftentimes these tools require subspaces underneath. So when you see the big, let me point out the visual of it. ASML EUV tool, I'll show you what it looks like. Nope, wrong one. Oh, when you see this as a unit, what you don't see is the fact that usually underneath it or somewhere below is a huge fucking laser. Like, these are massive. Remember, they use one laser to shoot at balls of tin to create the cool little purple laser you see here. So yeah, that's a crazy thing. This is the size of a bus, and it's not the full size of the tool because they have a separate subsystem which basically shoots lasers. Yep, 2 lasers just to make your iPhone. Kind of cool. The interesting thing about ASML, and this is causing, by the way, shut up, Brad. This is causing a little bit of a tiff among some of the semiconductor analysts, is the fact that ASML CEO basically said, the China restrictions aren't really too impactful for us. And he used a specific term for it, or a specific expression. Let me pull it up. Is it? Yep. This is the CEO's statement and outlook. Our third quarter net sales came in at 5.8 billion euro with gross margin of 51.8%, above our guidance. There is uncertainty in the market due to a number of global macroeconomic concerns, including inflation, consumer confidence, and the risk of a recession. While we are starting to see diverging demand dynamics per market segment, hint, hint, memory versus logic, the overall demand for our systems continues to be strong. This resulted in record bookings in the third quarter of about 8.9 billion, of which 3.8 billion is EUV, including high NA systems. We are continuing to assess and follow the new U.S. export control regulations. Based on our initial assessment, the new restrictions do not amend the rules governing lithography equipment shipped by ASML out of the Netherlands, and we expect a direct impact on ASML's overall 2023 shipment plan to be limited. Now, by the way, this is why I'm kicking myself for not playing it, because we said yesterday I didn't expect the the restrictions to apply. But this expression's causing some shit among some of the followers of the semiconductor space because they're like, oh my God, like how can the Netherlands like stab the US in the back? No, let me explain. When he says the new restrictions do not amend the rules governing lithography equipment, what I believe they're referring to is the fact that ASML cannot ship EUV tools to China, period. ASML is already working under a lot stronger guidelines. Like one of their entire product lines, EUV, is completely banned from China. I don't mean banned from Chinese semiconductor companies. I mean from the fucking country of China. Classic example, SK Hynix. Let's chat. SK Hynix, one of the top 3 memory producers in the world based in South Korea. They have foundries inside China. They also have foundries inside Korea. And in one of their Korea facilities, they had an EUV tool. At one point, SK Hynix wanted to upgrade one of their foundries in China. They wanted to ship the EUV tool from Korea to China. They've already paid for it. And ASML, the government of Netherlands, and the government of the United States all said, no, you fucking don't. Believe it or not, EUV technology has a lot of American-owned technology in it. Like literally, some of the patents are owned by the US government. They have the ability to restrict it. They can license it. That's absolutely established already. All right. So they said no. Even like TSMC cannot ship EUV tools into China. It is completely banned. And by the way, China has long been opposed to the fact that the Netherlands allows this to happen. Now compare that to the newest regulations. The newest regulations is restricting a lot of tools from 14 nanometer or smaller production to Chinese companies, but they are allowed in China. There's already been disclosure of waiver agreements for TSMC, SK Hynix, Samsung, Micron, all of them who have Chinese-based fabs. All of them are still allowed to send tools that are going to be currently banned from Chinese companies. So SMIC, YTMC, sorry. These are Chinese-based foundries. Or Chinese-based companies. They can't get these tools. Meanwhile, Micron, Samsung, TSMC, all of them can still get those tools. EUV tools, though, in the entire fucking country of China, they're banned. Does that make sense, guys? That's why I'm kicking myself for not playing ASML. I said yesterday, these restrictions weren't going to be a big deal. And the way this is worded is kind of fucking with people. But to me, well, I've interpreted that statement from the CEO to basically mean, hey, we already have much stronger restrictions we're currently not going against. So that's why the new US restrictions don't hurt them that much. Does that make sense, guys? So fantastic quarter for them. The number that matters, 8.9 billion euros in bookings. So now their backlog is about 39 billion euros. Am I going to stream the Biden speech? Do I need to? Should I? Looks like a marathon's going back up. I'm for it. You guys tend to shit on Biden speeches. He's not a good speaker. He's not a good speaker. No Biden? All right. I'm open to it, but like, y'all usually shit on it, and I kind of understand. By the way, someone keep your eyes on the Dixie and bond futures, because if I notice something, the SPY seems to... I may have had good timing to jump out, by the way. Look at the SPY now. Are we bouncing today? Do I need to be going into calls? Now I have people saying, stream Biden. It's fun to talk shit on it. I'll stream it if you guys want. Is he going to shit on oil producers? Yes. We have no doubt about that. He's going to shit on them. Full port. We don't full port shit around here. AXP and Visa calls? Yeah. I like that. Maybe Osaki. Oh, Jen Psaki, I love. That's a woman for my heart. Margie, the fuck? One must understand politics to understand the market. I agree. By the way, remember, guys. Remember, I have a lot of people who've previously said if only Biden would have spoken nicer about oil companies. I will point out, at least I haven't seen anybody point this out, but you're not the ones then turning around and shitting on Biden for using the SPR to then lower prices. So it's like, oh no, Biden can't sell the SPR in times of record high oil prices and inflation. No, he should talk nice, or he should allow more pipelines or refineries, because that's not going to matter for the price of oil for like 3 more years. Just making sure I don't have anyone who shares that dichotomy. Hey, Steel Gags, how you doing, my friend? How you feeling? Does extra production even matter? You thought there was a refinery choke point? Yeah, I know. That's the part that's like... That's the part that I find interesting. Like, I'll tell you straight up, like, the bigger issue to me, it's actually not going to be the federal government policy. It's state policy. Look at California. California's a fucking disaster in terms of regulation. That's why they pay higher prices. Joe Biden or Donald Trump or Obama or Bush have nothing to do with that. That's their own problem. We watch Biden with the monkey. Biden's on looking excited. Yeah, he is. Can we move away from old? I'd love to. I'd love to. Like, ooh, just can we get a younger, more vibrant president? Keep in mind, I think from a policy standpoint, Joe Biden, his policy, I still will maintain, like the selling point behind a President Biden administration, it's not him, it's everyone else around him. I've got people asking to stream. I've had people asking to not stream. I'm not going to stream. The puppets change, but the government stays the same. I don't know. I used to think that way. I've followed politics for a very long time, guys, and I will sit there and say, like, in both good and bad ways, like the last, basically, I want to say, believe it or not, from Hurricane Katrina and the global financial crisis, that kind of showcased that party doesn't matter as much. And then you've got like President Trump, which showed that you can get some disruption inside the White House to traditional political norms. You know, Finland. Oh, I like her. You like your presidents like you like your grandma's old. The funny thing is, particularly on the Democrat side, you have a pretty deep bench of, I think, some pretty good individuals that could become like future like leaders. Oil's going up. Ooh, let's see how the XLE is doing. We don't want to see the refiners. We want to see how XLE does. What happened with Hurricane Katrina that was so mismanaged? Oh, it was so mismanaged. But Hurricane Katrina almost set a new stage in terms of like federal state liaison, so to speak. Suchi, you have to admit that Kamala Harris is a problem? No. No. Kamala Harris is a shit public speaker. She's not particularly engaging, but I'm from a generation of like where vice presidents doesn't matter. She doesn't set policy. Okay? She's a bad public speaker. She is unpopular. She's had a few faux pas. She has not changed one fucking thing about how we live our daily lives. Vice presidents, by the way, shouldn't. No, I don't have to admit that. Yes, you do. Pete Buttigieg, I love. I want Pete Buttigieg to be a future president. Yeah, Biden announced an extra 15 million barrels, which, by the way, is basically the previous SPR. Like they had 15 million more to go. So he's just keeping up to what he basically said. Darth Cheney was the only VP. That is fucking true. Dick Cheney, was one of the most influential vice presidents. By the way, another influential vice president, believe it or not, was Joe Biden. Joe Biden was considered one of the more powerful vice presidents. Mr. Rule, why is it as men gets older they complain more about politics? It's a good question. Without doing anything meaningful. Oh yeah. I wish there was a greater sense of honesty that say like someone runs for president and they're going to be like literally friends, just so you guys know, most of what's going to impact your daily life is not determined by me. I'm going to run the federal government, but state and local government is more important for your everyday life. Whiskey Jack Black, calling Cheney influential is kind of selling it short, kinda. Whoa, Steel Coat Kegs. Thank you for the $100 tip. Greatly appreciated. Can I get the link up here? Remember that gratitude is... Hold on. How do I... Oh, shit. Can you please post a link in chat, Steel Cold Kegs? Steel Cold Kegs has a great link for donating for animals, and I actually like it. See, why doesn't Biden just remove, like, the 50-cent tax per gallon? It's a good question. I don't like it, though. I'd sit there and say the issue behind that is that funds roads. Like, I don't think we should be removing that tax, even though it'd be very popular. I think we should be building more refineries, but that's a different story. Rad, gas isn't even that bad for me. Yeah, it's not bad comparatively speaking. Like, me in Georgia, it's fine. But California's fucked. Yep, once he removes it, putting it back in place would be difficult. Absolutely. Thanks to Cheney, Rumsfeld, and Rice, we got WMD. I wouldn't say Rice was part of it. She was a different one. But yeah, you had Cheney, Rumsfeld, and Wolfowitz. Don't forget Wolfowitz. Yeah, keep in mind, guys, I think we should be removing that tax. I think we should be straight up charging people based on miles driven for roads upkeep. But I know it's not popular. At a certain point, though, particularly when you get EV semis, we are going to have a huge problem maintaining our highways because those fuckers are basically not going to be paying for any road upkeep. Yep. Seems like oil's enjoying this. South Carolina charges an EV tax to make up for that. Sounds about right. I think that's how we should be handling that issue. Yep, extremely heavy. Yep. Honestly, I think in the future you should see a form of tax for EVs to make up for the fact that they don't pay into maintaining the roads which they drive on. And again, the day you have electric semis, they're very heavy. They're going to do more damage to the road, but they're not going to be paying upkeep. It's funny though, if you mention that to people, it may sound logical, but people hate it. Oh my God, you're going to tax this, you're going to tax that. No, but what about the environment? It's like, no, it's not. We're getting you to pay for the road you use. We're not giving you some benefit for the environment as well. Like, you already get benefits. Suchi, if Republicans get the House, can they cancel aid to Ukraine? Yes, they've been threatening that already. That came out just this last week. Climate taxes are coming too. Are they? I haven't heard shit about that. Biden is calling out the refiners. Yep, sounds about right. That's the thing. The problem, like, that's the weird thing. I don't know what SPR releases actually accomplish at this point. I don't think the problem with high gas prices, leave aside California, they have their own problem. Anywhere else, I don't think the problem with gasoline prices really is associated with availability of crude oil. I don't. Whiskey Jack Black, is Republican pro-Russian stance just being because they are contradictory to Biden? Yes. I don't care who hates me for saying that. Yes, it is. Nothing is more shocking in my lifetime than to watch the transition from traditional, like, Republican, like, viewpoints. Like, I'll tell you right now, the planks of, like, pure Republicans in regard to, like, national security or defense, talking tough, Reagan would be rolling in his fucking grave. They've lost it all. And it's ironic because now Dems are tougher on international relations? What the fuck? This is a complete flip. A complete flip. It's weird. Yeah, B. Hood is right, though, by the way. There's a difference between the House and the Senate, particularly Republicans. Because the old neocons switched. It's not neocons. This is not neoconservatism. That's something very specific and different. You can be a conservative without being a neocon, but, you know, my background in international relations, I gotta be pure about this. Let's keep neocons in their unique little basket, because that got fucking discredited horrifically post-fall of Soviet Union. Neocons are unique. Yep, Stoop. I remember in 2017 when a bunch of Republican senators went to celebrate 4th of July in Moscow. And keep in mind, I think we should have good relationships with Moscow. I mean, at some point, we've got to find a way to walk a lot of this shit back, but yeah. Margula, there are a lot of people who worked in the Bush administration working in the White House now, though. Yeah, name them. Go ahead. I'll wait. Name them. You make a statement, you get to back it up. Name them. Go ahead. Hmm? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Joe Bilge. No, I'm not trying to put you on the spot because I'm a total dick, but I want to demonstrate. You got to understand there's two layers to government. And I say this as the son of a government worker. All right. You have the quote non-political layer, and you have the political layer, and then you have the bureaucratic layer. The bureaucrats are the non-political appointees. They work under any administration. Why? Because they're specialists in their field. And a lot of these people, quite frankly, are making less money working for the government than they would if they went to the private sector. It's crazy. I know. People sometimes do shit out of a sense of service to their country. Fucking crazy. Suckers. They're deep state. It's not even that, like. B Hood, know that I think you are exactly right on that statement. Even if I'm not going to cover it. See how. Mm-hmm. All this would have been avoided if Al Gore had won and hunted down Bam Bear Pig. Well, I mean, no, some cases, like, listen, working for the government has its advantages, but in some cases, guys, you have to appreciate there are people who work for the government who, quite frankly, and this is crazy as fuck, they do it out of a sense of service. All right. Classic example, believe it or not, Rex Tillerson, former CEO of ExxonMobil. All right. Went to go work in State Department. All right. Do you think he did it to enrich himself? No. Guy was worth well over $100 million. He wasn't going to make more money. Was he an ideologue? If you know anything about the guy, no, he wasn't. Yeah, the so-called deep state, which is actually a competent civil service. Whiskey Jack Black, you're being facetious when you say sense of service is fucking crazy, right? Very, very. I think it's very admirable. Yeah, Rex actually had some sense in country. I know. I know. And you guys will hear me talk about Rex Tillerson quite a bit. Because seeing him and Mad Dog Jim Mattis as defense secretary together, it actually gave me some sense like, oh, new President Trump won't be too crazy. Then they both left him. And then I'm like, oh, fuck. Usually you go public to private when you get the experience and know the inner workings. One of the reasons why public pays so poorly. Yep. Usually you go public to private. Yep. Looks like the Biden speech did wonders for the oil industry. Well, there we go. Didn't work out. And NBC is, yep, now back to up. Mattis worried you. You've worked with enough smart Marines to know even the best of them are fucking nuts. All I can say is that apparently Mattis and Rex Tillerson were completely and totally opposed to backing out of the Iranian deal. And that's a big deal to me because that was a stupid decision. No one's going to give Trump nearly enough shit for that decision. That was a terrible, terrible move. And it still hurts us today. All right, I just sold out of my my MPC puts. Ooh, good timing. I just sold out of my MPC puts. What I was hoping for did not happen. I was incorrect. So fuck it. I took like a 24% loss, and that's fine. Duke Kid, those public servants that deserve respect, like Marie Yovanovitch and Alex Vindman, were absolutely disgraced by the Republican Party and Trump. I still, this is where I'm a fucking moron. I still want to hold out belief that at some point, I will say, the party of conservatism will eventually rise back up. Okay? Because right now, the Republican Party's in a bit of a civil war with itself, trying to find its identity. And I'll tell you right now, you have a populist arm, which quite frankly is not conservative. It's not conservative. Am I still holding Boyle shares? No, I got stopped out like 2 days ago. Thank God. I still took like a 10% loss on shares. That sucked. They've had this battle since the Tea Party. I'll argue they lost the battle with the Tea Party. Minus MG, the current Republican base is entirely xenophobic. No, it's not always. I've known, like, listen, there is, I'm not gonna say like, oh, there's a good side and bad side. No, you're talking about people who believe different things. Keep in mind this. Generally speaking, everybody in the United States votes on the basis of what makes their life and what makes the country better. The difference is their perspective and how they see things. By the way, let's chat. This is important, guys. Too much right now of the media, social media, news media, etc. Too many people profit by making everyone believe like we're just society of different species. We're fucking not. everybody, generally speaking, wants to see what's best for their family and wants to see what's best for the country. They have different perspectives on what gets them there. The speed at which people will dehumanize their opponents for thinking differently does not do this country well. It doesn't. Yeah, Commander Ursus, it's been said people vote with their stomachs. I actually like that. All right. So keep in mind, like, if you're going to sit there and say, like, oh, Republicans are like hardcore racist, you have to be prepared to explain why people turned from Obama voters to Trump voters. Because that absolutely happened. All right. What? They were racist 1 year, but they weren't racist 4 years prior when they voted for Obama? No. No, I don't think so. All right. And I think that's a perspective you probably get when you're a bit older. But yeah, that's what I would sit there and say is like super important. Like, it's, yeah. Black Raven asks, why am I waiting for Tesla earnings to get Apple calls? My fear of Tesla trying to pull up the entire market. I expect Fraud City. Anyway, we'll stop the political conversation now. So guys, let's move away from politics. You know, I want to keep my audience base. I want to keep you guys giving me money. That doesn't do well if half of you get pissed off at the other half and blame me for it. Okay? Doesn't help me out. I want to be selfish now. Be selfish as fuck. All right? But all I could sit there and say is like, there's a lot of really interesting stuff on the political side. If we can all like just at least take a step back and realize, like, people generally speaking, like, and there's been experiments where social scientists have gone to like groups of people and they've not said what's Republican or Democrat ideas, and they've just sat there and said, would you prefer X or Y? Very few people end up being straight line one or the other. Everyone's always in the middle. Yeah, just don't generalize everyone on one side. And that, as a rule, will help you in life, literally in just about everything. People are entirely more balanced. Just got content for YouTube. Reactionary content is a goldmine. Shit. I can pull reactionary stuff. It's insulting. I will always maintain that my ability to grow an audience will be predicated on the fact that I'm the person that you go to who, generally speaking, makes you less pissed off about the world, not more. Rad the Reptile. No, I'm generalizing. Goldbug libertarians are doomsday fanfic larpers who deserve to be mocked. I agree. Fuck them. If someone's economic strategy is stacking physical gold or physical silver, they deserve mockery. Hey, how about that? Semi 14, most everyone is misinformed about politics. I agree. Guys, I wish we were not approaching midterms. I wish we were approaching a presidential election cycle so we could be covering that content. I swear I would do my best, and I think I can make it enjoyable to watch, explain, give context. I enjoy watching like primary debates. It's one of my favorite things. Truly, it's one of my favorite things. And I'm very comfortable and confident saying I will maintain a pretty good audience in that. There are other people on Twitch you guys can go to who are going to be a lot more like on one side or the other. We'll shit on them all. You would have loved to watch me on January 6th? No. January 6th was fucked. That's a problem. We have to acknowledge that's a problem. You can't turn to something else and be like, oh, well, what about the BLM protests? Completely fucking different. We can call both of them out for bad, first of all, but would acknowledge there's a different element of bad. Am I adding to Tesla puts before earnings, or am I waiting for the fraud pump? I am waiting for the fraud pump. We are going to see, like, guys, are you excited that we get to see, like, tonight a masterclass in, like, Elon's ability to walk up to the line of SEC stock manipulation fraud? I'm excited. I am excited. All I know is he's got 8 days after tomorrow, basically starting tomorrow, to sell at least $5 billion, potentially up to $10 billion worth of Tesla stocks. So Jank Walk, this is a good question. Thoughts on potential treasury buybacks to maintain bond liquidity? You read last time was post.com crash. I don't know too much about the history of it. I would be a little bit concerned. I mean, just like liquidity matters. Here is what I'll say. There are 3 Fed mandates. All right. Number 1, price stability. That's the most important one right now. Number 2, full employment, which we are well over that threshold. Hence why number 1 being price stability, i.e. fighting inflation, is so important. There's a number 3, though, that people don't appreciate, which is a, quote, well-functioning market. Important, guys. A well-functioning market does not mean a market that goes up. That's my way of saying the Fed does not give a fuck if the stock market goes down. What the Fed cares about is in the bond market if there are buyers and sellers, period. Now, if there's no sellers, or more likely if there's no buyers, which you are starting to see liquidity issues hit the federal treasury and the federal bond market. With that being the case, that calls in that 3rd directive from the Fed. Now, ironically, this isn't the Fed doing it. This is Treasury. Different department. Treasury stepping up. Yeah, a few bond markets got no bid. Classic example actually was the MBS market post-June CPI print. That's why if you look back at June, you saw the leak from Nick Timros from Wall Street Journal, the Fed voice, saying we're going to get a 75 basis point hike. That wasn't because, in my opinion, that wasn't because of the CPI print being high. It was because the day after a high CPI print, the MBS market went no bids. That called in their other mandate. Hold on. So, first time chat from Court Poke. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Court Poke or Corpoke? I want to be right. You asked a good question. Am I shorting Tesla? Very tactically, yes. I have puts on Tesla now. I am waiting. It's a small position. I am waiting until basically come tomorrow after earnings. That's when I'll probably enter a lot more puts. Simply because we've been following the Twitter. We've been long Twitter for a while. I've sold out most of my calls, so I did well. We know Elon has to sell anywhere at the bottom range of $5 billion. The upper range could be $10 to $11 billion worth of Tesla shares before October 28th in order to close the Twitter purchase, which he is going to close. If you want to know how I know, I can tell you. There's a real easy reason. It's a lot of dough. In the greater scheme of things, it's not. And by the way, long term, listen, I'm going to shit on Tesla right now, but I want to make sure you guys understand. This is actually me shitting on the stock and not the company. Long term, I think Tesla's fine. They really are. My problem with them is they're overvalued. I don't like the idea that Tesla has a better valuation than Nvidia. All right. Jay, you don't think he could have a dark pool sale arrangement? No. Who's going to take that much $1 billion worth of Tesla shares in a dark pool transaction? Like, what bank is going to volunteer? I mean, Elon would love it. I have no doubt about that. But what's he offering up? Goldman, all of these other groups are already on the hook for his fucking equity financing. So, is it smart buying the Japanese stocks since the yen is weak? I don't know. It's a really good question. Couldn't he pledge shares as collateral? You can't pledge existing collateral as collateral, by the way, and no one knows how much of his existing shares are already held on the collateral. Either way, what I'm telling you guys is you don't have to worry just about Elon himself selling. The other question is how many other people are expecting this to happen and will also sell. Yeah, all his assets are encumbered. I'm sure there's a portion that are unencumbered, but yeah. What about Starlink shares? That becomes a question because first of all, what's the valuation on Starlink? And second of all, what's his control threshold? Guys, let me paint for you a scenario. I'm not saying this is what's going to happen. All right? But at a certain point, presume for a second Tesla drops price-wise. Theoretically, a nasty scenario comes up where Elon has to basically sell. He has to sell. And he starts selling and the price keeps dropping, he has to sell more and more and more. If you get a negative, basically a negative gamma squeeze type happening, Elon may have to sell enough that it could theoretically jeopardize his majority position inside Tesla control. I don't think that happens, by the way. I don't think that happens. Has he sold his Dogecoin? Good question. The Doge father. That could be an interesting play. What if he doesn't have to sell Tesla shares? He just sells off to a Doge. But isn't Doge's entire like valuation like $6 billion? He doesn't own it all. Ron App said you're talking about SpaceX. Yeah. At a certain point though, if he sells it, he may lose like majority control. That's the problem. Plus, it's private. Hey, Batty, how you doing? I'll talk steel momentarily. The book asks, how ridiculously far would Tesla have to drop? I don't know. It would have to be pretty significant. I'll say that much. It would have to be a pretty big fall. I don't think it happens. Private can be sold, but private has to be marked, i.e. it has to have a market. You have to have a price, meaning you'd have to have someone willing to buy it. Jankwalk to fair value. Given how recklessly Elon starts companies, he's not far off losing the majority stake of it. Please, Zach. Well, yeah. Either way, that's my logic behind playing against Tesla. I think tonight we're going to get the pump to end all pumps. I don't know if it works, by the way. That's why I still have Tesla puts position. I have November 18th puts, which are down 24% right now. Okay? I have November 18th puts. So I have a little bit of time. I'm going to let them die. Does Tesla even have lots of buyers? At a certain price, it will. There's a certain price where I will buy Tesla. We're just nowhere near it. I have the $150 puts. It's a small position, but I am playing it for the downside. Yeah. Hey, what can I say? I mean, the stock is insanely overvalued. The company's impressive. The problem is this. They've been feasting on shitty performing companies. All right? Shitty performing companies. They got to compete with GM and Ford, who couldn't keep their supply chains up. Your $181 Tesla Commons, hopes my play is wrong. Listen, tonight after earnings, if it pumps, sell. You can buy back. You're doing well. Either way, unless they all of a sudden go freakishly in the money tomorrow, no, I'll be holding these. Oh, not $181. Got it. Oh, 181 shares. Got it. Ally was a good call. Thank you very much. How are they doing now? I want to see. I already sold this morning for 70%. God damn. Look at them. That's what happens when you are the counterparty on Carvana. Yep. I made 70% on that overnight. Stoop Kid, as time goes on, you're less and less impressed with Tesla as a product. Yeah, they're going to have greater competition. Tesla may be approaching peak margins right now. 7014, your average price on Tesla is 185-ish, and you never sold the top, and you don't intend on selling the bottom. Hey, I don't blame you necessarily. I would probably sell, but that's different. That's a different ballgame. And I'm not going to blame you. Put it this way, 10 years from now, Tesla's probably higher. Just wait until Elon's Optimus bot starts putting prostitutes. I think we also forget that they'll have great margins on Supercharger network. No, that's a pretty good thing. Windy. Ally weakness to banking weakness. Good entry to play upside in AXP. Is AXP down? I mean, I cannot. Oh, wow. Problem is this. I feel like AXP people already realize how well it's going to do. Actually, no. Maybe this is a gift. Maybe this is a gift. The Sick Chief, is there any chance we get Tesla but no Elon in the future? Actually, I think long term, yes. No, Rekka Shaman, I'm holding off. I'm keeping that in pure cash. I don't feel smart enough to buy bonds. That's what Woodmaster does. I'll talk about steel momentarily, guys. I will talk about steel momentarily. But AXP, this is an interesting one. The one thing that I would sit there and say about Ally should not be construed as weakness to the overall financial sector. Ally is the shitco that's basically connected to like subprime automotive. That's how I view them. So, American Express to me is bouncing along more along the strong consumer argument. By the way, Ally called out consumer strength as well. Ally Financial, yeah. We played Ally Financial overnight and they fucking died. Kind of as predicted. By the way, how did Silver Lake do today? Or Silvergate? Yeah. That's the one I should have held my puts on. No more consensus gurus. Who can take their place? Good question. Arnold Palmer, to you, what company should see little demand downside due to a weak economy? It's Tesla. The shift to EVs will happen in the next 10 years and that won't change. Counterpoint, the amount of competition they face will increase. You're right. Again, if you are a Tesla bull, I appreciate that. I will point out, they will face more competition. That's their problem. That's their problem. I'll use the counterpoint, which is the NVIDIA versus Tesla combination. Who's going to sell AI out of the box? Who's going to sell AI as a service? Right now, you've got what? Google, Amazon, and NVIDIA. Compared to Tesla, who will sell EVs? Ford, Stellantis, GM, Volkswagen, every Chinese company popping up, Lucid, Tesla, Nissan. You have more competition in the EV space than in the AI space. And I think both EVs and AI are future like boom techs. You're right, Alan Palmer. If they can maintain 30% market share in EVs, the competition won't matter much. But how do they maintain 30% market share? Chances are their margins will contract. Their margins are fantastic. Nissan, ain't nobody trusting. I know. We'll have to work at it. Fed beige book is out. Green, nice. Is it impacting the SPY? Ooh, are we getting a pump? Yep, Semi. The concern, Semi, is that they'll lose market share, but in maintaining or at least trying to fight for some market share, essentially their margins should at some point come down. Now, at Tesla, the scary thing is they're gonna Tesla is a really unique automotive company because they essentially sell the insurance. They also have the software side, which is really impressive. So if they can hold that up, that can add to their margins. That's the bull case for them. I know, competitions is obviously in quotes for a reason. AI as a service will be almost any company. I'll disagree with that one, S-Rule. I mean, I think you and I probably have different interpretations of it. Put it this way, when a company wants to buy AI as a service, essentially the same model you see with cloud computing, you're going to see that with high-performance computing as well. At some point, NVIDIA is not just the hardware, NVIDIA is the software. All right? NVIDIA's software is why you buy them. You don't buy them for gamers' GPUs. You don't. Long term from now, no one cares about their GPU business for gamers, really. That just happens to be their R&D. Windy, You got the yield plus Dixie correlation pullback today. Seems market is partially decoupling from yields due to earnings strength. Market tired of tanking on the same shit. Wendy, here's a thought for you. I don't want you to necessarily answer it immediately, but I do want your brain power behind it. Are we seeing big funds pulling from bonds from a defensive position looking to buy now? That's my question. Someone pointed out a few days ago that what they expected was essentially you're going to see bond yields go up at the same time equities go up, which will be a weird thing to see. But it's basically because big institutional players may be moving back into the market, which would be a very bullish thing. Esrol, yeah, we have different definitions of AI as a service. So loan approval companies, I assume about Upstart, like they're providing their algorithm. Yeah, like that's their service. They're selling a tangible product, which is AI. But imagine if like Upstart themselves was buying all their back end kind of AI stuff from one company. That's what I would sit there and say. So like they're staying within a specific area, but for more general purpose like AI applications, again, we're just having different definitions. Look at the spy. I think the spy like those beige book numbers. Yeah. So put it this way, S Rule. If you and I were going to start a company where we're going to do like we're going to create a haptic suit, all right, so that we want to bring like cyber sex to the metaverse, there's going to be a time in which we can call up NVIDIA and basically all we have to do is the manufacturing of the suits to make sure that they stimulate the genitals. But like literally we can throw the money towards NVIDIA and NVIDIA can rent us out the hardware and algorithms itself and the software required to power it. That's what I'd sit there and say is kind of like the example of like quote like AI as a service. And by the way, I think at some point you'll see even Google and Amazon step in there. Yeah, metaverse sex. The metaverse will matter when you can fuck it. Y'all might be thinking I'm being like crude for nope. I'm telling you, as someone who lived through internet adoption, the .com era, the first companies that made money, porn. CUDA. CUDA is the software for a lot of the AI applications. That's the most powerful asset NVIDIA has. It's their protocol. W Joe, how old am I really? 41. Yeah. I remember getting the internet through the mail. Okay, I used to get these discs from America Online. It would give you like 50 hours online. Yeah. I remember the era before 4chan. There was something called bash.org. I remember MIRC. And Bitaska, going forward, do we want to buy JP Morgan, Citigroup, or Visa, MasterCard, American Express? We want banks or financial services, not fintechs. Less of the. I think in the immediate term, I'm looking at this financial services, and I'm kind of liking them. Chan, I remember that as well. Remember Dig to Reddit migration? Actually, yes. I used to use Dig. Twitch chat is technically a form of IRC. That is correct. God damn it, Luke. You see, in Canada, merchants can now pass credit card fee. Oh, I don't like that. I don't know. It's a weird one. Yeah, the worst you have is it unplugging the phone. Yeah, do you know how much like telecommunications companies get to bill for extra lines because everyone needed a dedicated internet line? Man, Netscape Navigator was better than AOL. You stand by this. Preach, brother. Preach. You refuse to watch Andor? Oh, at some point, I will watch it. Let's check the map, my friends. Energy. Clearly, whatever President Biden said worked, right? Yeah, they're doing fine. Every other sector. Again, this weak correlation between semis and energy is weird. Shouldn't be happening. They are traditionally opposed. All the financials taking a step back. I wonder if this is just consolidation after the big move or what. Biden set a price floor. Sounds about right. Private mode in Safari on iPhone, best invention for porn. I agree. Ronap, how much has my stream single-handedly juiced Twitch and Amazon earnings? Nothing. Not much. Accidental value. In before Snap shits the bed again and causes concern about the ad market. If Snap shits the bed again, I will Snap buy Google. Are we playing American Airlines? That's got to be priced in by now. Honestly, I am supposedly in the top 1%, but I've seen how much I get offered for my incentive program, and I've seen people online who average like 1,000 views or 1,000 viewers at any given time, and they've posted their shit online, which I don't even think you're allowed to do that, by the way. And yeah, I have a lot farther to go. S-Rule asks, does NVIDIA have direct-to-consumer services to manage AI projects like Databricks, Google Vertex AI? I think they do. I don't know. NVIDIA has a fuckload of software offerings now, and I'm not smart enough to fully understand them. Rad, the biggest ones make like 200K a month. Oh my god, yeah. Like, dude, if they were offering me, because I get an incentive program to do a certain amount of ads per hour. If they were offering me over $100,000 per month to give you guys 6 minutes of ads, I will fucking do it. I'll turn it on so even subscribers have to watch ads. And you can watch the entire time as I'm spinning in my chair counting fucking dollar bills. Because damn it, I respect you enough to be transparent. You ready for me to do a Raid Shadow Legend stream titled Ray, Pay My Mortgage? Yep. I'll put Hershey in a tiny bikini doing some squats to the countdown. You hear that, Hershey? Hershey's right behind my monitor. I see you. Come here, Hershey. Yeah, neither turtle. I believe that. Fergal says if Jay was a cute Asian girl, he'd have 10 times more subs with 100 viewers. Stocky even said himself that he has one of the lowest sub to viewer ratios. I actually think my sub to viewer ratio is pretty high. Yep, I'm in Georgia. Thoughts on modern monetary theory? Nothing good. Nothing positive. Only Jay could start a stock stream right as an all-time bull market ends. I know. Remember, long term, I don't want to just talk about stocks. I want to talk about like news. I would rather be like CNBC, but with humor and integrity. How about that? Wow, new Italian prime minister is saying anyone who wants out of NATO or EU isn't welcome in her government, will never be the weak link. Good for her. The most revolutionary business model of the past 10 years was free to play gaming. I actually agree with that 100%. I think Fortnite changed the game. Fortnite made more money being free than a lot of like $60 premium games. That's fucking amazing. Tucker J. Carlson. Oh, I hate Tucker Carlson. The thing that I hate about Tucker Carlson, it's not like he's a dumbass. It's that he pretends to be a dumbass. That fucker used to wear a bow tie on television. He's a trust fund kid. How the fuck is he gonna sit there and pretend like he understands the everyday man, huh? There's extreme volume on American Airlines. I'm gonna say something crazy. Wendy, back me up on this. Do you fade American Airlines, given they already pre-reported, didn't they? How is it a shock? If people are playing calls on American Airlines based on Delta, based on United, it feels like they're fucking up. We should already know what they're going to say. Red Reptile, yep. You're starting to rethink airlines? I know, I feel you. Cat smells, yep, you're... Jay, you have a lot of faith in people to think they priced it in... I know. Listen, I'm pretty stupid. But let's look at American Airlines for a second, okay? They're already up today. Look what they've done. I'll be honest. I would be tempted to play puts on this. All right. Honestly, I would be tempted to buy puts here. It's almost certainly priced it. And especially when you're pointing out how much volume there is on these calls, that worries me. Alaskan Airlines, I don't know. They only have to pay back 20% of their COVID loans. Interesting. Very interesting. Rad Reptile. Feeling on Carvana puts, betting on the used. Hey, you will always find a welcome audience here for Carvana puts. Carvana should not last. Their business model was buying used cars during a bubble and selling them off. How can they be doing well? Delta's up today after United? Yeah. I mean, look at American. Okay, look at American Airlines. All right, let's compare this to AXP, American Express. Both of these companies, to me, them beating is feels kind of safe. All right, American Express. This is a shitty fucking chart. American Airlines is also, by the way, a shitty looking chart. Most of them are, but this one's just been straight fucking up for the last like 2 weeks. Yeah, I saw that, Spencer. UK has confirmed that China's offered generous sums of money to retired military pilots to share military operation intel. Shameful shit. Yeah. Let's check out earnings for a second. Get my timing right. Yeah. God, tonight's an interesting, spicy one. Tomorrow morning as well. We could spend the rest of the time pretty much talking about. I mean, look at this. Tesla, IBM, Lam Research, Alcoa, Sands, Steel Dynamics. You have Kinder Morgan. You also have WD-40. And by the way, Knight Swift. Another interesting company. What do I think about steel? Well, we've already had pre-announcements from Nucor. We've also had pre-announcements from Steel Dynamics. And ironically, they said the exact opposite. Steel Dynamics guided up, Nucor guided down. I'm not sure if there's any shock. I'm not sure if there's any surprise. I would be curious. I'm not going to play either one of them. Air has been doing great this week. Yeah, they have. Yeah, my way of playing Snap is if Snap kills the ad market again, I will buy Google calls. I think we've learned the playbook. Snap took its own market cap out of Google twice in one quarter, and then Google beat on advertising revenue. Snap is a shitco masquerading as a company. So, looking at this, to me, the most compelling ones Tesla, fraud. It's going to be interesting. IBM, I would prefer to play puts on IBM. I know there's been people shitting on IBM in the past. All right. IBM's apparently been having a pretty good time recently. The problem is part of IBM's business line is cloud implementation. Okay, so software, consulting, infrastructure, and financing. Guess which segment I bet struggles? Financing. And IBM also does weird shit. Okay, their balance sheet tricks is pretty legendary. By the way, they could always announce a layoff. I'm probably not going to play them. The fact that they had a director buy for the first time ever at 125, a little worrisome. Astro, I love that statement, by the way. How did TikTok become a thing when we had Snap? Snap fucked up. Yeah. IBM hybrid cloud may be strong again, should be strong. Anything that has to do with cloud should be strong. We've already heard enough companies in the space talk about it. The more interesting question, though, is will it make up for potential weakness inside, say, financing? So I don't know how to play. What was IBM's last earnings? Let's check them out. You're getting intraday calls. By doing. We're at 368. Oh, this is okay. This is this most recent quarter. So they're prepping for today. Go figure. IBM would post their shit early. How very IBM of you. Oh my god, this website. It's fucking cancer. Okay, here we go. Oh my god. All right, never mind. I'm not looking at that. IBM's website sucks. So yeah, I mean, IBM's basically been flat for the last few days. They're diversified. I know there's been a lot of questions in regards to how they've massaged their financial results. See if anyone's shitting on them today. Yeah, IBM website sucks. That's not a reason to get puts, by the way. Does IBM still have their own cloud, or do they concede and partner with AWS or Microsoft or Google? I don't know if they run their own cloud instances. I do know that their consulting and transformation businesses do work with the other vendors as well. Any thoughts on Nucor earnings? Don't like steel going into this. Um, in fact, I think there's another interesting company. Shit. So let me show you who's reporting this week, who I actually hate. Whirlpool. Whirlpool. The problem is are they already getting priced to suck? This stock's basically at what could be a bottom, and you're talking about a company that pays a dividend of almost 5% and a forward PE of clear-cut value fucking trap. I don't know what to think. But Whirlpool reports this week. You have Dow tomorrow morning. If Dow's not already battered to shit, I bet you they go down. WDC 40, by the way, or WD 40, no C. WD 40, people are questioning that company's very existence. CLF next week. I don't like steel right now. I do not like steel right now. All right, so IBM did spin off their cloud. Did Oracle buy it? It sounds like something they would do. Yep, today if I'm going from the top, Tesla, fraud city. Overall puts. IBM puts. Lam Research probably puts, but I think it's probably crowded. Alcoa. Ugh. I have no clue. I'd probably lean puts. Sands, I lead puts. Steel Dynamics, calls. Kinder Morgan, probably calls. Don't know what this company is. WD-40 puts. Knight Swift, calls. Hey, Rita, how you doing, my friend? Everybody, if you've never had the chance, please make sure you check out Martina Rita. She also streams here on Twitch. She is fantastic. Give her a shout out. Give her a check. Yes. Yeah, Rita, we're talking about all the companies reporting tonight. Are you excited about Tesla? I'm expecting the most fraudiest of fraud earnings coming tonight, because we all know Elon has to sell some shares, right? Sagano, that's only if I had to lean a direction. Like, listen, at this point, steel should be priced in. By the way, Lam Research should also be priced the fuck in. All right? How much do we expect this company to trade for? It's an ugly fucking chart. Oh, ugly chart. Forward PE for 10 for a company that competes in a space that you cannot just open a phone book and find a competitor. Ugh. Windy, JB Hunt apparently beat. JB Hunt is the biggest intermodal. Yeah, you sold your Tesla stock in January. Smart call. JB Hunt, even though you can't really tell given how they're doing, this was a company that beat earnings. Jankwalk, those upstream semis took a beating from export restriction news, overblown. My only concern about Lam Research is number one in memory spend. All right, these restrictions legitimately hurt Lam Research the most. I would expect Lam to be hurt the most, Applied Materials next, and then KLA and ASML way lower. That's my concern here. The thing is, this is a stock that has a dividend. Yeah, only 2%. That's fine. They basically pay back 100% of free cash flow to investors. They buy back shares. They pay dividends. They can't acquire anyone. They've tried. No government on the planet will let them. And what a bad year looks like for these guys, they still make money. This is not Micron or Intel, where a bad year means all of a sudden they go negative. This company will never go negative. It's a weird one. As for, I think it was new subs. It may have just been people, previous customers. Also, apparently, there's a whole thing about a lot of the subs coming overseas, where thanks to the currency translation, it's cheap for them. They're doing the FSD beta rollout to everyone. Interesting. Hey, Dem Beats, thank you for the sub. Greatly appreciated, my friend. I'm gonna laugh at this clip. All right, let's put on the clip, guys. Hold on for 1 second. Go. Die.
Oh, we hit it.
Okay. Yeah, so we got 80.
Automatic emergency braking systems. That's what I'm going to...
See, let's just point out, if this was a Peloton product, their stock would be up. All right. If this is a Peloton product, the value goes up. Substacks. Is there a possibility Elon can back out a Twitter deal? No. We've been covering the Twitter deal. In fact, for a long period of time, my biggest position was Twitter. So I've been following the case religiously, and no, there's a lot of misinformation on that. If Elon tries to back out now, all he's going to do is pay interest. Yeah. FSD unlocks revenue for Tesla. It kills kids. Tesla helping out with climate change by taking out one kid at a time. By the way, even if Elon Musk says no, I think there's a second, there was a decision in the Delaware Court of Chancery 3 weeks ago that's super important, where basically that court ruled Delaware property is within grasp. Delaware property includes stock held in a Delaware company, or Delaware registered corporation. Guess what that includes? Tesla. So if Elon tries to disregard a court order, the Delaware Court of Chancery can take Elon's Tesla shares and make him buy. He can't walk away. In terms of if they order him, he can't say fuck no. And if you're wondering, well, what if he appeals? Cool. He has to post a $44 billion bond. Now, you may have to post 10% of it, but he has to post quite a few billions of dollars while that goes on. Yeah, Rita, listen. Cars trying to murder people, I am all for. I'm all for it. Long term, I think, by the way, I think they'll eventually get it. I mean, a lot of money is being put into self-driving. As crazy as it sounds, what's going to help self-driving out the most is when many, many cars can do self-driving on the road and communicate with each other. Sagano, pocket change. Yeah, Windmaster, you tried car self-parallel parking? Yep. Not in the Mobileye. Ooh. Man. Car IoT, so you'll never have privacy again. Shit, you think you got privacy already? Oh my god. Insurance companies now about the FSD2. Your insurance on your Model Y is $400 per month. Oh my god. That's really high. Oh, that's disgusting. Yeah, $400 a month is more than a fucking lease payment. Yeah, it is. That is a lot of money. I'm shocked. You pay $500 in New York? What the fuck car is yours? What's happening with oil? Equities or actual oil? In terms of equities, President Biden spoke today. He did a bang up job, clearly. Let's see how MPC did. We jumped out of those puts. Still glad we did. And then let's see how the actual oil itself is doing. West Texas is up pretty big. Now does it drop? I don't know. 2018 Q5 Audi full coverage. Damn. Listen, I'm just going to point this out there. If you pay more than like $200 in insurance per month, I think you should be entitled to run down at least one human being like every, like, say 10 years. Just for free. You've earned it. You've paid for it. Just one person. One human being. I'm just saying. You pay $170 a month for an S5 in Miami? Shit. Miami, fucking cray-cray. You pay $700 a month? Oh. Yeah, Steve Kid, I'm in the same boat where I'm sitting there going like, I have like $60 a month. Something like that. Granted, I don't drive my Lexus anymore. I only drive my Hyundai. What the hell happened to Generac? Potential fraud, but this company has quite a few short reports out on it. They reported this morning, I know that, and apparently missed. Inventory is piling up. Inventory. Also, Generac apparently moves with the weather. If you don't have a big hurricane season, they're not going to do well. Shut up, Lawbad. Yes, Ian wasn't scary enough. No, it wasn't. Slow hurricane season killing Generac. Yeah. There's also short reports who are shitting on this company. The insurance companies know the liability of insuring a self-driving car. Sounds about smart. If you're really rich, you self-insure. For houses, you can't self-insure cars. You at least need to have basically liability insurance. So if you run some fucker over, you know, you can pay it. Check the map. Anything interesting? Semis are trying to be bleh. That's good. I don't. AMD is the most like disrespected company right now on the fucking planet. All right. How the fuck is Intel up and AMD's down? That's bullshit. Just saying. That's bullshit. Snap shouldn't fuck the market till tomorrow. Snap is aftermarket tomorrow, not tonight. At least if this is to be believed. You think you can put money in escrow versus paying card shirts? Interesting strategy. I didn't know if that was the case. When do we go long on AMD? If you're buying shares, go ahead. AMD is just, it's like, they are getting no love. Hold on for a second. Here we go. Let's get my camera. There's a thing with young crowd on gaming just think NVIDIA is so superior to AMD. And as crazy as it sounds, not AJ, it shouldn't matter. You're not buying AMD or NVIDIA, quite frankly, for the gaming segment. No one cares. You're not buying them for that reason. Really, the reason you're buying them is data center. NVIDIA, you're buying for AI. It's still very early there. AMD, you're buying specifically for data center. MP Tosca, yes, you did see Qualcomm. Qualcomm scheduled their earnings for November 2nd, releasing earnings away from Meta. It's the biggest and most important release this quarter. Yeah. The important thing is Qualcomm's walking into blackouts. They did not guide down. They did not pre-release. So they're not going to be pre-releasing. I believe Qualcomm is going to have an excellent quarter. And I think their guidance should be strong. They've got that Apple business. Thanks, Based Chatamon. Yep. Don't get zucked again. Yeah, God, that sucked. Qualcomm was going to hit $195. And then Facebook released that earnings, which murdered the entire tech market. Qualcomm got, like, so fucked over. Never came anywhere close to that again. Qualcomm's a stupidly successful company. They pay a dividend. They can buy back shares if they want. They've expanded their market. People talk about, oh, well, like semiconductors, you know, oh, if we have a recession. It's like they've expanded their market. Every one of those Facebook handsets now, or the headsets, has 3 Qualcomm chips. Apple gave up creating a modem because they couldn't outdo Qualcomm. Yeah. That's why I have April calls. By the way, I do like to call out for Broadcom. Did I hear Farmer Jim talking about Qualcomm yesterday? No, did he? If you have a link, please pass it on, Lil H. I'd love to see it. Maybe Intel is up because Mobileye doesn't suck. By the way, Mobileye is like the best part of that business right now. Here's the funny thing. We talked about this yesterday. You have to know the story behind Intel's acquisition of Mobileye. Here we go. All right. So, go to the weekly. Nope, go monthly. This is ASML monthly. We're talking about Intel. This is for you, Rita. You'll love this. All right. Back in 2017, when ASML was roughly $100 a share, Intel sold their stake. They used part of the proceeds to buy Mobileye for $15 billion. Now they're going to sell Mobileye for $16 billion instead of holding ASML and selling it for over $400. Intel. What can we say? They had all year last year when all those SPACs were going on, okay, when Global Foundries IPO'd, they could have divested Mobileye and actually made fucking money. Now they're basically going from 2017, when they acquired Mobileye, $15 billion, they may get $16 billion. And Mobileye is a good business, all right? But they could have just held on to their ASML position and 4 times it. That's our Intel. And that's assuming Intel is sitting through ASML being cut in half. Intel's trading department running a challenge against the BTU guys. Fucking savage. I respect that. Liz Truss getting blasted in Parliament? Oh, verbally. Okay. I was going to say, that's not appropriate for Twitch. All right. Let's watch Liz Truss get blasted.
Very clear, Mr. Speaker, I have been very clear that I am...
A book is being written about the Prime Minister's time in office. Apparently it's going to be out by Christmas. Is that the release date or the title? She's asking me questions because we're a government in waiting and they're an opposition in waiting. There's no 45p tax cut, gone. Corporation tax cut, gone. 20p tax cut, gone. 2-year energy freeze, gone. Tax-free shopping, gone. Economic credibility, gone.
Mr. Speaker, I am a fighter and not a quitter.
They're assholes.
I have acted in the national interest to make sure that we have economic stability.
Prime Minister. Order. Order. I'm going to hear the Prime Minister. I suggest that all members need to hear the answer. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I am a fighter and not a quitter.
They're singing.
Oh, just sit down. Sit. Can I just say, he's obviously the more popular choice. Come on, James Grundy. You've got a future.
Oh my god. Fuck me. I've seen UK Parliament before. I miss John Burkrow. Sultan, thank you very much for the sub. Greatly appreciated. That's a clown fucking show. Yeah, John Burkrow will be missed. But yeah, yeah, Stoop Kid. The US House acted like this, there'd be a legit gunfight in Congress, yeah. Less shoe throwing than in Taiwan. I've seen that clip too. Burkrow is excellent. Order in the court. Order! He didn't say court, sorry. Order! Order! Abolish the House of Lords. Yeah, I mean, Jesus Christ. Like, dude, she's getting fucking devastated. Here's the thing that I would appreciate about Liz Truss. She's kind of demonstrated that a lot of the conservative ideals, at least like, hey, like lower regulation, lower taxes, market stability is a result. That did not fucking happen. She launched a tax plan, which was essentially deficit spending on crack, and their market fucking died. What happened to coal stocks today? I don't know. I assume everyone realizes that Europe's pretty flush on natural gas, at least for now. Why does the parliament act like kids more than an actual kids classroom? Hey, to be fair, no one shot each other. There were duels in Congress back in, I think, the 18th century. I don't know if the 19th century it happened. I think they banned it at some point. Don't you oof me, motherfuckers. You're here for a reason. I will not stay. No. Do not oof me, assholes. Yeah, like what? Oh, don't make jokes about children shooting each other in America. Go fuck off. No. Order! Order! Jankwalk, weren't their pension managers gambling to shit on their portfolios? Oh, wait till we tell you about American portfolio pension managers. Probably yes. But I think you almost had to, right? How unrefined, how barbaric, how not British. Love that. Yep, and I'll do it again. Yep, Ursus knows what's up. I feed, all right? I feed on your seething when you're like, oh, you can't say that. Yeah, make jokes about not stopping it. No shit. Listen, I gotta admit, that's definitely not boring, but like, Jesus Christ, old people, what the fuck? The chief whip has resigned? Ooh. She's not gonna last. And good Lord, they're gonna really bring back Boris Johnson, aren't they? Aren't they? I'm sorry. If you are a Brit, I gotta ask you, what the fuck are you guys doing? You used to have an empire. You don't even have a long-lasting government. From the land that brought you the East India Company, you guys once took over half the world for spice. Now you don't even fucking use them in your food. I'm just saying. Jeremy Hunt will be in charge. Sounds about right. No Queen either. Ugh. She buried the pound, she buried the Queen, she buried the Tory party. At least the UK's government lasts longer than Italy, so do their bridges. Da-dum-tsh. They didn't give us the East India Company, the Dutch did. Sounds about right. Anything successful in England tends to be brought to them by someone else. Yeah. Suppose just passed a new fracking bill that leadership was billing as a confidence vote, but we'll see if the backbenchers see it the same way. They'll fuck it up. Since Brexit, they fucked the sleeves. Yep, themselves. Cameron letting the vote happen was a colossal mistake. Yes, I agree. Elon tweet just now, I will not let you down no matter what it takes. Are you fucking serious? Hold on, I'm gonna shit on this one. Kashkari, possible that headline inflation has peaked. Why not? Where's okay, let's go to Elon. I will not let you down no matter what it takes. There we go. Steam power was invented by Britain. What country was the inventor from? Or is that the last thing you guys did? Oh my god. Short the Fed. Scotland, not England. Sounds about right. Scotland's part of Britain anyway. Same shit. Yep. By the way, I've had a chance to visit England twice for work, and I enjoyed it both times. I love the people there. All right, I had a good time, but Jesus Christ. And after working for them, I will tell you, not the most effective group. I always have to stop them from trying to break laws in the U.S. whenever they come over. But I can't talk too much about that. Anyway, I will be right back, and then we're going to do our poll. So give me a minute. See you guys soon. Okay, folks, we are back, and it's time to do the poll, something you are all very familiar with. 367 is our pivot point today. Oops. All right, folks, you have 2 minutes to get your bets in. If you do not see it, please refresh your Twitch client. But 367, do we go above or below at 4 o'clock? That's the bet, my friends. Go Rebs. CAC puts now after Ally. Yeah, they should be down. They really should be down. I don't know. I don't know if it's priced in or not. I'm not going to play that gamble. I've already made my my bet on Ally failing, and that already worked out pretty well, so hold on. Set timer for 6 minutes. Look up inside transaction on Dave and Buster, happily. They buying or they selling? Whoa. That's not small buys. Well, hold on. See explanation of responses. This is a specific fund group. Actually, for Chief Procurement and Chief Operating Officer, these are not small buys. They bought at 32. Yeah, any news on them? Yeah, my question is, like, what's different between CAC and CAC and Ally? Like, do they have anything different in terms of like market specific exposure? You love Dave and Buster's? Yeah, it's kind of like Rick. Rick's Cabaret, kind of like it. Yeah, Martini Rita is laughing about the CAC. Okay, guys, she is laughing at CAC. Hey, Penny, I knew you just arrived because guess what? The poll just stopped. I don't know what to play in terms of earnings, Penny. I mean, listen, we're all technically playing Tesla earnings tonight, okay? And I am looking forward to the scam that I anticipate. You already have Elon posting today, I will not let you down. Okay, I will not let you down no matter what it takes. I go, I know, that's why I still have Twitter shares. Elon is tweeting sus shit. Yes, that man is. Biden calls on oil companies to halt buybacks during war. What? No way. Let's see how much the oil companies are scared of that statement. Not very. Maybe people see through his shit and short it. Let's hope it's tomorrow. Out of my gourd, when is Snowflake's snow day? When is that? That's my question. Something free markets. Yeah. He's rickrolling everybody. It's got to be. November 7th? Okay. God, November 7th is, I think ASML's next investor day is November, it's either 9th or the 11th. It's one of those odd numbers. Penny, I have December $150 puts. What's this, Caffeine? How you doing, my friend? Department of Energy is a buyer of $70 oil for 2024-2025 delivery volume. Whoa. Good. That's fucking smart governance right there. Penny, what are you talking about in terms of they'll announce? Are we still talking about Tesla or what? Tesla? Fraud, 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 fraud. Why am I so short? Because he's got to sell somewhere between $5 billion and $11.1 billion worth of shares in the 8 days after earnings. That's why. That's why. We'll see if it works. It's not like I'm a good trader. But yeah, I'm anticipating. Listen, I don't care what Tesla does. Tesla's overvalued, and we already know they missed on deliveries. That should not be a shock. My anticipation is there will be a lot more in terms of margin compression through a combination of, quite frankly, they're operating in Germany now. Good call. And just competition. I still think they'll do fine over the next year or so as a company. I'm a little worried about the stock, though. Ludicrous, thank you for the 600 bits. A little ASML love. Why the fuck did I not play that? Powerkite, can't he just somehow take a loan against his shares, or does that not work? It would work assuming he could find a counterparty. And by the way, if he's taking a loan against shares, he has to use unencumbered shares. The concern there is a lot of his shares he may already have margin against, or rather, he may already have as collateral for other things. So that becomes part of the problem. Also, with interest rates being so high, what do you think the interest rate on that kind of loan would be? Caffeine? Fuck you. Best signal there is. Jay likes a play, doesn't play. Yep, I'm kicking myself for not playing ASML, because it turns out exactly what I said yesterday. I don't expect the China regulations to have a big deal against them. They still have a massive back order. Turns out that's exactly what happened. It's ludicrous. You missed the bearish case for Tesla. It's really simple. Elon has to sell a lot of stock to make the purchase of Twitter before October 28th. So yeah, 64 pillars. I have the November 18th $150 puts. And I will probably buy more puts tomorrow. I'm hoping they go up. I actually hope Tesla goes up, because that's a small position. I'll buy a much bigger position. He has to sell a lot of shares, and everyone knows it. He's going to get front ran like a motherfucker. 150, yeah. I'm not expecting it to hit 150, guys. I'll buy before. I'll sell before then. No, not for next week. It's in November 18th. I've got 30 days. 29. Anyway, guys, I'll be right back. My food should be right ready. Come on, spy. Come on, spy. Okay, folks. We're back. Hedge your Tesla put with Twitter calls? No, just buy Twitter shares. That's what I recommend. God, what a day. American Buzz, in terms of purchases today, no, I bought some SPY puts earlier, closed them out real quick. 10% gain. Woohoo! Big deal. Yeah. No, but not a lot of faith, not a lot of compassion today. Hey, what's the Dixie doing here? Did I see PLD's earnings? No, I did not. When is Tesla? It's tonight, I know that much. I don't know exactly what time they report. It's not like NVIDIA, which I've memorized. NVIDIA is always at 420. No joke. If you guys are thinking about Tesla puts, seriously, at this point, I would probably just do it tomorrow. He can't, I don't think he can even start selling tomorrow. I think that has to be the following day. But I don't know if that's true or not. Guys, the VIX is down and the SPY is down. Doesn't that usually mean a big shift the next day or so? What date Tesla puts? I got the November 18th $150 puts. Did someone say Dixie? Roll Tide. Roll Tide! All right, this moment in the stream brought to you by day drinking. And reminder, Sam Adams, if you would like, I'm more than happy to accept money to be for advertising. But I warn you, because I have integrity, I will still shit on your stock. All right? Your stock is a dead body. You know why. Truly, you know why. Soaring Kiwi, yes, I believe that's a Kramer indicator. Means reversal, imminent reversal. Look at caffeine shitting on college football. I respect it. How much money am I in? It's not much. Truly pivoted to margaritas now? That'll work. Oh yeah, Buttercup. At this point, you feel like your 401k is fin-doming you. Well played, yep. Jank Wonk is not wrong. Capital preservation. OFS, Oilfield Services, having themselves a day? Yeah. Baker Hughes reported this morning. I assume they did well. Happy birthday, American Buzz. Here begins the Tesla pump. Which direction? I assume since you used the word pump. Oh, here we go. It's going to suck. I'm going to buy a QQQ call. Oh my God, I'm not catching it. Never mind. Gonna buy a QQQ call, but I couldn't because the value kept going up. Tesla's pumping. Yep. We are Tesla bears. Keep in mind, the bearish behavior starts tomorrow. I wanted to get it in case people were front running Tesla. What SPY's doing? Y'all think we getting that pump? What are you doing on Tesla? Watching. Patiently watching. Let's go to earnings for a second. And God, there's a lot of companies here to buy potentially buy puts on, but I'm not really highly confident on much. I'm really not. And shit, you got copper, you got aluminum, you got Lamb Research has been beaten to shit. ASML had a hell of a fucking day. C-Dot, why? Why what? Why what? While I stuff food in my mouth. Why am I not confident? This market's fucked with me. It's hard to trust it. I also want to short IBM, but I'm not. That's what a guy did. I really picked the IV. Yes, I did pick it. Why? I don't expect it to hit 150. I just expect it to come close. I do think they're going to drop. So, we'll see. It's not a large position. If I lose, eh. Tesla's ripping. Sounds about right. Well, look at the SPY's ripping. I mean, is it just Tesla or is it the SPY? And Tesla's up pretty good. SPY's also moving though. How's Apple doing? Apple again is the one that I want to play for earnings next week. Here's a better question. Do you think we go green? A lot of room to go. I wouldn't say Bulls win as usual. Bulls have been on a pretty decent run this week, but Bulls been getting their asses kicked. Sultan, I do not accept. I will not permabam you. You hear Russian state TV is planning viewers for another lost territory? Interesting. It's ludicrous. Why am I going so far out of the money on my Tesla puts? Because they were expensive. That's why. Part of it is a bit of an IV play. So there's no specific, like, concrete reason. If you want to play puts on Tesla, here's what I recommend. Open them tomorrow and don't be as aggressive as I was. Someone bought some big puts just now on Tesla. Eh. You got 7K in Tesla calls. Best of luck, my friend. Sushi, do I always trade directional? Generally speaking, yes. It's much easier for me to just point in a direction as opposed to, like, figure out, like, how much or how little. By doing a little bit of a dip. How's Tesla doing? A little bit of dip as well, meaning it's following the market. It's not divergent. How's Lamb Research doing? They're having a pretty good day. I mean, God, you kind of feel like, has there been any interesting options activity on Lamb Research? Remember, last quarter, Lamb Research beat and guided up. That was before they got their China business taken out from under them. Wendy, what does that mean? We've seen a huge divergence between the SPY and SPX. Caffeine posted something. Interesting. Did I buy CVS calls? No, not yet. I'll tell you right now, I want to buy. I already bought calls on Kano, and I'm tempted in my 401k to buy a bunch of shares of Kano. No, I'm tempted to buy a bunch of shares in Kano. Play it like I played Tesla. Yep, CVS is a fantastic business. I'll wait till closer to earnings. Well, there's some pretty big Lamb Research. The $350 calls. See if they show up here. Yeah, the 350 calls. Yep, that's not even the biggest. 340s are bigger. I don't see that. Just agree. One question I have, my Tesla thesis is this: are there other ways for Musk to cover the cost without selling shares? Not that I know of. Not that I know of. He might. All right. Don't link that again. I don't want to show my name and keep doxing myself. Yeah, I can't pull it up. Sorry, dude. Steely hands. Oil bulls will say EVs can't happen because there aren't enough critical minerals, and then be mad that the government invests in those supply chains. I'll go one step further. Oil bulls will bitch that President Biden spoke badly about oil companies during the last election. Then they bitch about the fact that he's using the SPR. That's why it's like, y'all fucking wrong. You shouldn't have been putting up a bunch of stickers on gas pumps saying, I did that. It's your fault. Yep, oil bulls did very well this year. Strength to sour hour, indeed. Come on, Tesla. Go down. Can we bet on Tesla earnings? You think it moons? It possibly could. Yeah, Rings of Power season is over. I can start binging. I know. I'm looking forward to that. Can you? Sure. Will I? Yes, I will. I will see it. I'm looking forward to that. You have 400 shares of Tesla. Better fucking moon. Just be careful. If it moons, sell in after hours. Okay. My concern is either starting tomorrow or starting Friday. Elon needs money for his Twitter acquisition. Steely hands. You really hope he doesn't sell pre-market tomorrow so you can get some puts after IV crush before he sells. I feel you. 64 pillars. I love that argument. Anyone talk about the bull case for Meta being close midterm elections means more ad spending? All the people shitting on Meta, I'm like, do you really think during a midterm they're not going to do well on advertising spend? Oh. Graybush is buying Tesla? Shit. I didn't know Graybush bought Tesla. Yep, Mackinac. I will not let you down no matter what it takes. Elon Musk as of today. You don't want to go against Gray? I've gone against Gray like once or twice, and I actually think it's pretty much worked out well for me, so. Again, most of my purchasing of Tesla puts probably happens tomorrow. Prometheus, market hasn't responded to the big move higher in yields this week. You think a dump is likely in the next week or so? Could be. Could be. On the other hand, keep this in mind. Are people selling bonds finally to buy stocks? Market was pumping 1% on Netflix ER, yeah. I didn't even think Netflix's ER was that good. Just the fact they're showing an increased amount of subscribers. They may have also done a little bit of cost containment. So aero defense, or aerospace and defense, yeah. God, Netflix is up 12%. Fucking melting faces there. Adobe guided up. They actually guided down a little bit for next year. They maintained their guide for this year. Chat Cat buying LRCX. Good luck to you, my friend. When to load up on Intel puts? Not yet. Rate still climbing. Bond price is falling. Didn't seem to indicate bond sales. It's an interesting question, yeah. Carvana down 20% today. Thank Ally. Ally showed weaknesses in automotive lending. God. Las Vegas Sands. Any interesting flow on them? They should not do well. The problem is, how is this not? Like, how is anyone shocked? Whoa. They can go lower. Contrary to popular belief, guys, Las Vegas Sands has no properties in Las Vegas. They sold the Sands. Las Vegas Sands operates in Singapore, but most importantly, it operates in Macau. Macau. Steezy Burger, just in Macau. And right now, if China keeps going zero COVID, how can they fucking guide at all? You might go long. Interesting strategy. I'm not playing them. By the way, I've played against either Las Vegas Sands or Wynn. Well, it was Wynn one time for the same argument. And during the earnings call, they completely glossed over it and no one challenged them. Macau. The Marina Bay Sands, yep. No, I think that's an interesting point, CSAE. The sector is already so cheap. It really is. To City, are there any realistic catalysts that remove the geopolitical risk from TSMC's market valuation? Yes. If you see some rapprochement between China and the United States. And that happens, say, when they meet supposedly next month. Someone say money. What happened to the theory that China was doing QE and would be time to go long? They went ahead and started doing back to zero COVID. They've been bodying their own companies. That's the problem. I thought they would have softly moved away from it. Nope. Incorrect. That was the thesis, and it got shat on. What I find particularly weird about today, why is AMD down so much more? Like, why? This is the most disrespected stock in the market. When is their earnings, by the way? November 1st. They're going to fucking moon on earnings, I hope. Look at this. How cheap do we need this company to get? They have much more free cash flow than Intel. They can do a dividend tomorrow if they wanted to. They're buying back shares, by the way. Not that it's fucking helping them. What's AMAT doing today? Up 2%. Probably pushed up via ASML. Because it's the University of Missouri of semiconductors. On some semi company has bad news, AMD gets bodied. Applied Materials got $100 million from those EV supply chain grants for advanced pre-lithiation and lithium anode. What the fuck? Wow. Check Carvana. Ooh, I'm happy to see a dead body. Oh, look at them go. Look at them go. Here's all the grants. Let's see them. Applied Materials Incorporated. Yep. Solvay. Specialty Polymers. Nice. I love investments like this. I love stuff like this. Vapor processing. Interesting. I don't even know what the fuck they do in this space. Basically, applied materials tends to be etching and deposition. They do a bunch of other stuff as well, specifically for semiconductors. But I think outside of semiconductors, it might be just they have a deposition process. And if you don't know what deposition is just literally, quote, depositing at the atomic level. They deposit atoms in some materials. Okay? Super important when you remember that. Where's the shape? Where's the shape? Not NAND gate transistor. NAND. All right, where's the... No. Well, where's the staircase? Some of you have seen it before. Look at the staircase. They're not going to show it to me? Huh? Here we go. Imagine doing this at literally the atomic level, where you're depositing like thin layers of copper, then different levels of substrate materials, gaps in between. You're doing this at levels smaller than bacteria. Yeah. A tweet 90 minutes before close on his earnings release date. Tesla, time at Elon. Yep. Well, hey, Steely. Kashkari says deflation is definitely worse than inflation, which is true. Like the spy. Deflation in used cars, not good. No, that's good. Zero phases, no. I think that what we're talking about specifically is from a macro standpoint. Deflationary cycles tend to self-perpetuate. Inflationary cycles actually tend to fix themselves, provided you don't have some underlying mechanism producing the inflation. Steely, I agree. Kashkari sounds a lot more dovish. A lot more dovish. He's still Kashkari. And by the way, he is still not a voter. All right? His opinion should always be with a little bit of grain of salt. Kashkari and Bullard in particular. Deflation is a tendency of a free market. I agree with that, by the way. Innovation tends to cause it. The problem that I would say zero phases right now, what we face, is thanks to COVID reshaping demographics, we have a demographic kind of tailwind towards deflation, where if we're not careful and we get into a deflationary cycle, it's going to be a little hard to push out of it. Alien136, did I end up buying those puts on MPC yesterday? Yes, I did, and I sold them today for like 25% down, something like that. Yeah, the general trend, by the way, is deflation because of productivity, okay, and technology. So generally speaking, and I think a really good example of it is like computing power. All right. Your cell phone used to cost, this computing power would be over $1 million and would have been the size of a room. Now it's a lot cheaper. You can hold it in your pocket. Martini Rita, just get more inflation acts passed to counter deflation. Yeah, I know. I think we need more immigration. Immigration can solve this shit. Somewhat. Takes a while. Deflation? Spool up the money printer. Jankwalk, here's the fucked up thing. We print money. First of all, Japan been printing money for 30 years, and they were deflating the entire time. That's because, quite frankly, demographics were much more impactful. Meanwhile, for us, get this. We did money printing, we did direct stimulus, i.e. transfer payments, and what happened? The US dollar outdid every fucking asset class. When I was getting a grad degree, and I'm taking economics classes, I thought inflation devalued currencies. Japan old, yep. We listened to Elon call. What time's the phone call? I am happy to put it on. I'm happy to put it on. I'll stick around longer, shit. Drink beers. Clown fools. Fuck yeah, I'm in. Yep, Jankwalk, though, you're correct. I mean, essentially, there's an argument to be made that demographics is more impactful than purely, like, monetary policy. It's at 5:30? No, I'm not fucking sticking around for 5:30. No. Commander here says, yeah, you still need to get a deflationary crash. Somewhat agree. Yeah, zero phases, it does. The U.S. is just able to export dollars. Important. Yep, you're right. Remember, prior to COVID, you had all sorts of Fed speakers trying to talk about how to induce inflation in the U.S. I also think, and this is me and my Kathy Wood phase, so bear the fuck with me. We're also at an inflection point with several technologies. All right? And if you want evidence of this, look what happened inflation, deflation, like pre and post, essentially like dot-com crash and what ends up happening there. A lot of it's not as a result of the dot-com crash necessarily. A lot of it is the adoption of the internet and what that did towards specifically efficiency and productivity. So instead, what I would expect to see happen is we are in some inflection points, particularly around like AI and computing power, that can help really change some of productivity. So we have a lot of factors that may actually encourage deflation. We have to be careful about it. Spacey Job, the stream connection is good today. Thank you very much. You like immigration more than some weird degrowth bullshit? Yeah. I fucking love immigration. I don't give a shit. I'm first generation American, okay? Both my parents are poor ass immigrants. All right, I like immigration. I wish we could, like, deport people. Like, I'm sorry. I don't care if your family's been here 10 generations. If 5 of those generations were on welfare, get the fuck out. Don't shout out Comcast. Shout out Micro Center. I had to go buy one of those PowerLink adapters. That's what mattered. The problem was not my internet. For some reason, it only happened after they did the, what's it called? After, like, Comcast did some upgrades in my neighborhood. But that's when I started getting problems with, I was streaming off Wi-Fi and never had a problem. Well, if you're a criminal, we should be able to deport violent criminals. Yeah. I think we should just be able to deport, like, I'm sorry, if you're like 5 generations on welfare, fuck off. Oh, damn, Belgium. You can eat a dick. Twitch audio only feature is awesome. All the aloha without the ugly mug. Motherfucker, I can ban you. For those of you who don't know, by the way, give a shout out to Belgium, especially if you're in Carvana puts. All right? And especially if you profited off our ally puts play, you guys got to understand, a lot of this came from the work Bellingham did in regards to shitting on Carvana. He was the person who wrote the DD shitting on Carvana months ago. So please give Bellingham some love, even if he does not deserve it, because he's an asshole. Yeah. Go Rebs. Yeah, there's like 2 micro centers near us. One's in Duluth. I went to the Duluth one last night. Yeah. By the way, I checked all the GPUs while I was there. They're all on sale. Hershey. Hershey. Hold on for 1 second, guys. We got a special guest. Up the butt. It's okay. Yes. Hey, Hershey and I watching the look at Ally. Look at it die, Hershey. Yeah, they be some bitches. Me. Go. No, I bought a power link adapter. The little guy. Yes, Hershey's wonderful. Hershey's very, very adorable. He's a Shih Tzu. Let's go to the spy. Yeah, Hershey, you don't know this, but like, there's like a lot of people watching you right now, and they actually like you a lot more than me. It's okay though. He scared the shit out of me the other night. I was asleep. He walked into my room, jumped up on the bed. And I woke up at one point with my bed shaking. It was because he was scratching himself. No, he did not eat a pot brownie. We're in Georgia. We don't have pot brownies. We have that fake weed. We don't have the real stuff. I had a Hershey webcam. Yeah, you want a Hershey webcam? You want to be on, the audience watch you? I don't know. Should have played Carvana Puts. Yeah, at some point, Carvana Puts is going to work. What's the next date for me? Oh, I don't know. The bed shook, and my first thought was to buy Micron calls. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, picture in picture. Yeah, Hershey. Hershey, you're a little shit. You know that? Yes. You were causing some shit. Let me put you down. Put you in the bed. Yeah, it seems like Disney didn't really do shit today. Yeah, I'm surprised. Less than 5 minutes left. And so far, it seems like the Bulls are in control in the bet. Lots of volume coming in. Let's check Tesla. Mm-hmm. Kind of stable. I think Belgium's on my Discord. By the way, for anybody who's not on my Discord, my Discord's a very fun place to be. Liquidity. Elon tweeting, "I'll do whatever it takes," feels like a cry for help. I agree. Call is at 5:30. When is the release? Whenever his secretary. Oh, no, never mind. Yeah, never mind. I think that's something else. Let's see. Lamb research. Any interesting volume on options coming in, guys? Would he give a horse a handy? I don't know. Yeah, hey, caffeine, where the fuck's the market balance, huh? Come on. What's the MOC, my friend? You know, our overlayer is kind of slipping here. No. And we appreciate you. Tesla is 405 or 420. Should be 420. ATAI, interesting. Do I still own GAN? Yeah, that stock sucks. I agree. I'm in it. I'm still in it. Very puny. Didn't matter. You're right. I own GAN in my 401k. I'll hold it. I'll bag hold that fucker for years. Vale is almost 40,000 in calls. Whoa. Hold on. Vale is interesting. Hold on. That's actually interesting. That's relevant. Fuck it. I'm gambling. Vale. Not a big gamble. I pick up on the insignificance of it. I'm doing weekly 13.5. I'll tell you why. I see the logic. 13.5 weeklies. Let me tell you guys why. Yes, Vale's next week. Penny, who's tonight and who's tomorrow? Someone pointed out. Someone pointed out. Who is tonight and who is tomorrow? Tonight, Alcoa. Tomorrow, Freeport-McMoRan. Also, you got Steel Dynamics tonight and Nucor tomorrow morning. Vale is probably a safer play on some of these materials. I did a very small bet. It's not about the money. It's about the message. See if I was correct. But I'm willing to bet if a lot of options are coming in, that may be a lower IV way of essentially playing all these materials companies. But weeklies, yeah, I've got 4 earnings, 2 tonight, 2 tomorrow morning. If the material sector rises, Vale rises. Now, the problem is Vale is much more linked to China, by the way. Why is Alcoa already dropping? That ain't good to say. I'm gonna catch a bid. I don't know. Either way, guys, I have a very small amount, which means I usually regret it. Garfa, okay. Hey, Necky Poo, how you doing, my friend? One thing's sure, Jay makes my material sector rise. That's the spirit. Yep, Tesla with a little bit of a green at the end. Let's hope they fall. Again, I'm cheering against them. Garfa, hold on. If you're saying that Vale's production report last week wasn't great, looks like lots of unsold. If that's the case, then I'm willing to bet Freeport-McMoRan doesn't do well. All right, I'm going to sell my Vale. Jump out, guys. Jump out of it. CAC W, yeah. The Fed could decide to move the 2023 tightening into 2022. What the fuck, B-Hood? Wow. Is Bullard on crack? Yep. Wow. Pencils down? Yep. By the way, my order did not go through, so I'm holding Valet. All right. We're fine. Ones that does not kill the market? I don't know. It's weird. All right, let's see. Earnings time. Tesla's earnings, it's tonight. We know that at some point. All right, Night Swift is reporting. I bet you they beat. I don't know if it matters. Not seeing any movement. On the SPY, let me give points. Let me give points. It's 368. I think we were at 367 was our pivot point. I think the Bulls may have gotten it. Let's see. We were 367. The Bulls won it. The Bulls won tonight. Give you your points. There you go. All right, so KNX, I'm not seeing value. Hold on for a second. They're not moving at all. I'm not seeing anything out of them. My streaming, no, someone said it was at 5:30, so no. Channel point fixing. You have IBM, so let's see those earnings. When it comes out, I will pull them up. There's a lot of earnings I want to pay attention to. Neckman, who are the chat trolls so I can wave to them? Yeah, Windy, you know that. Caffeine's a bit of a troll. Sagano's, I think, like one of the best trolls. Got Sagano up in the house. Not seeing any movement on Night Swift, like, at all. Steel Dynamics is a cool company. I'll say that much. When we get Tesla, come on. Come on, Elon. Just dive straight to hell. I see a little bit of movement on Night Swift. And the movement is up, by the way. You're seeing KNX down. I see them up. Very slightly, though. I don't know if it's real. Neckman, you thought bears hibernate? Tell them the story, Neckman. The Fed could decide to move the 2023 tightening to 2022. My God. Whoa. Caffeine, you seeing it? Is that real or not? I don't want to report on it until it's real. Yeah. I see them up. Fed trying to jawbone the rally down. They're trying to do some shit. I don't know if it's real, though. Is it? By the way, I see them back down. I see them already drop back down. But I don't... IBM's... Yeah. IBM is not reported yet. Tighten me up, Daddy Pal. Tesla's at 430. IBM's at 5. Oh, fuck. Is Tesla out now? Adjusted EPS is 105. Remember, I put out a tweet saying I expected the real number. Is that real, though? To be between $1 and $1.08. Tesla's up, and Tesla's already falling. It's bouncing all over. Back up. Oh, it's just bouncing all over the fucking place. Killer Geek, the interesting thing is, yeah, the algos are going nuts on this one. There's a lot of movement on Tesla. They updated their IR this morning to specifically like update the share count. EPS beat, revenue miss. Ouch. Revenue's more important for Tesla. Honestly, revenue's more important. Cue the ladders. Oh, yes, folks. Short ladder time. Someone's got a revenue beat. Yeah, Tesla revenue is a miss by someone else. You don't like Elon speaking? Supposedly he said he's only going to speak when it's bad news, so. You see a large revenue beat? Really? I've got someone saying not. Yeah, consensus guru is down, and I missed that. I assume there's different. I mean, what are they using? Like adjusted revenue, or what the fuck's going on? Whoa! Tesla's down 5% now. What the fuck happened? Tesla Q3 EPS. Damn. I'm getting 2 sets of numbers from them, by the way. I'm getting 2 sets of numbers for them. I don't know what's up. Behind what you got here, the street. Yeah, I'm seeing this revenue number. I've seen a different revenue number, and TD Ameritrade's posting a different EPS number. Gross margin miss. Ooh. Whoa, now they're back up. Now they're up big. No, sorry, it's IBM. I got IBM up big now. It looks like IBM reported. Tesla, negative 7%. Keep it going. Come on, Tesla. You can do better. Steve Dizzle says 21.45 billion versus 21.96. It's a miss. Yeah, looks like IBM beat, guys. IBM is doing pretty well right now, it seems. Lam Research is up. And I do mean they're up. Yeah, so okay, so revenue is 21.45 on the shareholder. Thank you very much, Rita. They missed on revenue, yep. Beat on earnings. So this number's fucking wrong. I have the estimates wrong here too. I mean, shit. Yep, Lam Research is up. It's apparently still getting posted. The Tesla numbers are still good for year over year. Absolutely, it is. Looks like IBM just guided up. Expect fiscal year revenue growth above mid-single digit model. I wonder how much of the crazy accounting they're going to play on that one. Here's IBM. IBM's third quarter revenue grows on rising demand for software and consulting. Oh, Jesus Christ. Analyst expectations were $1.79. They delivered $1.81 revenue. 14.11 billion. Estimates were 13.52. That's a beat. Guiding up. Financing was down. All right. Consulting up. Software up. Infrastructure up. Hybrid cloud big up. Cloud is strong, guys. Cloud is strong. Yeah, B-Hood. Microsoft will beat bigly then. The concern with Microsoft is their Windows division. That's tied heavily towards consumer PCs. On the other hand, let's check Accenture for a second. Accenture may move in parallel with IBM. They're not. No one gives a fuck about them. This is such a good company. But yeah, IBM's up big. IBM will consult on how to have a stock go sideways for a decade. Savagery around here. That's some savage shit, my friend. Yeah, Lam Research, though, is doing pretty well. They're up now 5.5%. Is Tesla even now? No. They're down 4. Tesla, another leg down. Please, I can only get so erect. By the way, a lot of people joining us. If you're new here, we are watching and following the earnings as best as possible. We kind of Tesla haters at the moment. It's a bit overpriced. Night Swift is dropping. It is now plunging to new levels of hell. It's down about 8%. You're not erect, CDOT? Oh, I'm sorry. Neckman, please solve that. Anything from AA? No one gives a shit about them. Neckman, you might have full ported Tesla Q at 320. Bless you, my friend. Let's see. I want to see. Give me some news. Give me some shit to talk about. Prioritizing semi-deliveries instead of megapacks into a trucking recession during an energy crisis? God help me. Hey, Rita, it's just getting cheaper for you in the future. It's just getting cheaper for you in the future. Calls on Elmer's glue. My God, some savage motherfuckers in the room right now. Yep. Ooh, what WDFC, which is WD-40, and they're down. Miss. Whoa. These numbers are wacky. Hold on for a second. WD-40 sees fiscal year 2023 net sales between $545 million to $570 million, okay? The estimate was $546 million, so that sounds like a guide up. EPS, they see $5.09 to $5.24. Previous estimate, $5.73. What the fuck? They just guided up sales pretty significantly and guided down EPS pretty hardcore. Cali Otter, it sounds like Las Vegas Sands not having a good time. Yeah. I almost assure you that's 100% down to Macau. So non-GAAP revenue, EPS, minus 27 cents. Missed by 2 cents. Revenue of $1 billion. Missed by 10 million. Yeah. Still in those Tesla puts. You fucking know it. We hating on Tesla around here. See how Lamb Research is doing. Apparently pushing up semis, so. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Lamb Research. Q1 EPS, $10.42. Consensus estimate was $9.55. That's a huge fucking beat. Sales, $507 billion beats 488 billion. Sorry, 4.88 billion. Wow. Hired too many people, didn't hedge well for petroleum ingredients. Sounds about right. So Lamb did really well. What's their guidance though? That's my question. Like, their guidance should be more important. See how AMAT's doing. AMAT should move in conjunction with Lamb. Yep, run semi-pump, please. Please, can we? I'm going to wait to see Lamb's guide. Lamb's guide should be super important. Tesla V-shaped recovery after the call. Let's hope so. I'm buying more puts tomorrow. My bear case on Tesla was not they'd shank earnings. My bear case is Elon has to sell somewhere between $5 to $10 billion worth of stock in the next 8 days. Big volume and gap up for semis on Lamb Research. Sympathy sounds about right. I'm still kicking myself for not playing ASML. Oh, wow. Lamb Research sees Q2 adjusted EPS $9.25 to $10.75 versus a $9.47 estimate. Sales $4.8 billion to $5.4 billion versus $4.91 billion. So you use the midpoints in this case, that's a big guide up. The one problem I already identify with this is their ranges are really big. Really big. Meaning they're not sure. I would prefer a tighter range. I don't like the idea of a company EPS 925 to 1075. You're essentially talking about roughly a 15% delta between those two values. I don't like that. Suchi, I won't know till tomorrow. Puts don't get options don't get calculated in after hours. At least not for me. Yeah, but I assume I will probably wake up with a little bit of the stiffy. Tesla's creeping back up. All right. It's trying. Did Kathy push the buy button? Oh, I don't think she'd buy. Would she? I think she'll wait till after she knows Elon's sold. And by the way, if you are a Tesla fan and you're feeling kind of like upset by this, here's the good news for you. You'll get the opportunity to rebuy. Once Elon files the 10K form, the 8K or 10K, whatever it's called, once he files the form and basically indicates he's done selling, that's when you buy. IBM's creeping down. They're starting to. Alcoa, 3Q sales, $2.85 billion. The estimate was $2.97 billion. Adjusted EBITDA, $210. Oh, they missed bad. Alcoa with the miss. That's not going to be good for them. And they're down. Down 10%. Wow. See that little what's this? I will not let you down no matter what it takes. Yep. Oh, I've already posted my version of that. I said, I know. That's why I still have Twitter shares. Just for fun, check valet. Oh, will it be fun? Hasn't moved. They're not moving. And Bitaska, ASML actually had executed buyback. Yeah, keep this in mind specifically about ASML. They have an upcoming event either November 7th, 9th, or 11th. I forget which. they've already burned through their authorization, their buyback authorization. So in early November, they will unveil their next buyback. And if you're a semi-cap, you have to do buybacks. You can't acquire other companies. It's blocked. Neckman, what is the secret to your neck girth? Oh, God. Lam Research earnings rise after posting beat and raise quarter like ASML. Both chip-making equipment companies' results outlook run counter to evidence that the 2-year supply shortage has flipped to a glut. I will disagree with that first fucking statement. No, there is still a glut, specifically in memory chips. All right, this has nothing to do with it. The thing is that semiconductor foundries see future demand still being higher, and they are investing in that case. Plus, you have chip nationalism. That's what's going on. Remember, Micron's guided down their CapEx, so is the SK Hynix. Long term, though, they kept their CapEx guidance the same. They're just pushing it back. They anticipate still investing a shitload of more money because they still see a future that requires more chips. Dollar is not moving at all. Meanwhile, Alcoa is down 13%. Steel Dynamics is today too. Let's see if they're up. I don't know if their earnings are up. Their stock's down. I don't know if it matters. Analysts are expecting 502 from Steel Dynamics. Dynamics is in 7 minutes. Does Bill Gates still have his Tesla short? I don't know. Let's see how our VTard friends are doing over with Alcoa. Because I bet some of them were playing it. Yep, AA not looking good. Like, considering where yields and dollar is, the dollar to me is more important. The dollar to me is a lot more important. The yields, you heard me say it before, I'm still wondering if at some point you see a bullish sentiment form on equities, people may sell out of big money may sell out of bonds and jump in. Someone claimed that earlier this week. I don't know if that actually happened. The dollar, on the other hand, to me is a lot more significant. Someone here pointed out earlier the Dixie is the new VIX, and I 100% agree. Wonder how that woman who wants to fuck Elon's doing, huh? Inventory up another 2.2 billion for Tesla. Ouch. Vix is broken. She likely pregnant now. Ouch. Where's them Tesla pumpers doing? Yeah, they missed on margins. That's interesting. No buyback in release. But at least she gets a horse. Ouch. And that's with car sales up in Europe. Yep. Alcoa's report's ugly, guys. Alcoa's report is fucking ugly. That's all I can say about that. JB Ghost, when you have a time, feel free to have a look at your HR survey question. Oh, yeah, hold on. I think I saw that this morning. I think you mentioned me. So, Ghost, this was any good studies or material to reference on anonymous confidential surveys? No, I don't have materials for it. Yeah, I don't have any materials on it. I'd worked with... Shit. I'm trying to think, because I first got this when I worked at Sears, and then I brought it with me when I worked with the other companies. I used a company called Perceptics. But yeah, the entire like principle or model behind it, it's pretty straightforward. We did confidential surveys, not anonymous. That gave us like whenever we like to, disclosed to people like here's the survey to take it, and we were very clear, so everyone knew like exactly what team in the company had access. But as a result, like because I know your question is about the anonymous surveys where managers of small groups have access to comments. I generally speaking rolled up comments so people would never see just their team to prevent that very thing. But that's something that it's like people do, and quite frankly, it's shitty. Perceptics, yes, that's the company I used. I have a good relationship with them. Steely Hands. Industrials like AA reporting bad earnings is just a result of commodity deflation. Agreed. Whiskey Jack Black, it's funny you mentioned this. We did one of those over the summer. One thing most people said was we wanted better benefits, and the CEO said, well, of course you do, and ignored it. Believe it or not, everyone will always put that. A lot of times these surveys do not cover compensation and benefits for that exact reason. Everybody just wants more. And we already know that. Are you referring to shitty? Are we meaning direct access specific comments? Yes. So like usually if there was a team that had like say 8 people underneath them, and if people are using like full like text, you could do it. So oftentimes what I would do is I would create packets for like the vice president of like an entire function where I'd have all the comments. So usually like I'm aggregating like 200 plus people. You did one of those on Glint. Glint's a fantastic company. I have friends that work for them, by the way. Or at least I have contacts that work for them. In fact, at one point, I was almost considering working for them. I like engagement, like survey, like data, stuff like that. I think people overestimate the utility of it, but yeah. By the way, Alcoa's outlook for this year, total aluminum shipments remain unchanged from prior projections. So they're not guiding down shipments. They're just making less money. And by the way, if you know anything about aluminum, aluminum is essentially electricity in solid form. When's Steel Dynamics reporting? They haven't reported yet. At least I'm not seeing it. Oh, just up. Oh, wow. Steel Dynamics, big dick beat. Holy shit. EPS, $5.46, beats the 502 estimate. They previously guided up to 502, so they blew away their previous guidance. Sales, 5.7 billion, beats 5.44. Wow. Will it matter? Their stock ain't moving. Now it is. Hold on. Is it? It's not really moving. Wow. Steel Dynamics crushed. That's a sizable beat. That's a sizable beat, guys. Those electric arc furnaces. Hey, you need to give them you need to put some respect on their steel fabrication business. That's their steel fabrication business, I assume. Puts on blast furnaces, you dick. Let's see. By the way, the industry, apparently they call it SDI. Steel Dynamics Incorporated. Did they change their fucking name? What? Yeah, new course tomorrow. Bloomberg, I know, I saw it, by the way, Garfo. Yeah, steel fabrication. Basically taking their own raw product and forming it into stuff. It's an incredible good business for them right now. Yeah, no movement. Yeah. No, that's not even a recent one. Come on. The fuck, guys. I want to see their segments. Wall Street bets loss porn will be amazing on Tesla calls. Yep. Steel Dynamics bought back 482 million of the company's common stock. They bought back 3.3% of their business this quarter. And if you think that's a lot, remember, Clack bought back 6% in one quarter. All right. As to strengthen our steel fabrication operations, meaningfully offset lower earnings in our flat-rolled steel businesses. With realized flat-rolled steel selling values declining almost 15%. Wendy, what I tell you, put some fucking respect on their steel fabrication business. Penny, is the EPS higher because it did buybacks? Almost certainly. Why isn't Steel Dynamics even going up? Because, damn it, boomers own industrials like this. Okay, it's a boomer company. Boomers don't trade it after hours. Only you degenerate motherfuckers do. Look at this. Puny. It's still a beat. It's still a beat. They crushed on revenue. By the way, you beat EPS by 10% and you only bought back 3%. They would have beat even without that. Laughed your ass off. Let's see it. Oh no. Hold on.
Question, did that happen, begs the question, what do you mean by happen? Because when you are dealing with fundamental realities and you pose a question, you have to understand that the reality of the concepts of your question, when you're digging that deep, are just as questionable about as what you're questioning. You know, so people say to me, what do you believe in God? And I think, okay, there's a couple of mysteries in that question. What do you mean do? What do you mean you? What do you mean believe? And what do you mean God? And you say as the questioner, well, we already know what all those things mean except belief in God. And I think, no, if we're going to get down to the fundamental brass tacks, we don't really know what any of those things mean. Well, the question, did that happen?
That guy's a fucking... I respect intellectualism. Here's the deal. Sometimes there's better chance to say, I don't know. I don't know. Tesla's slowly creeping up. Good. Wait till Elon starts selling. What do you mean by a portfolio? Yeah. And what do you mean up? What does it mean to know, Jay? I know, right? Mm-hmm. Yep, calls or puts would not have made money unless you had longer dated ones. But even then, we're stuck waiting. Remember, the real fun begins now. Elon did not pump the stock. By the way, he still is going to be on the phone call at 5:30. We're not sticking around till 5:30. And my God, think of all the shit that man's going to say. Benzinga's headline: Tesla Q3 earnings highlights. Record revenue, operating margin, and free cash flow. Tesla semi-deliveries coming in December. They missed. What can you even say? Bred the semis to Pepsi? Yeah. By the way, on this quarter, the number of children I had went up 12%. Steely Hands, DRBS Morningstar put UK credit rating up for review. Concerns over increasing downside risks and inconsistency between fiscal and monetary policy. Damn. Glup Shadow. The term portfolio is merely a societal construct and is given ambiguity based on one's perspective of the world. Heh. Paul Foster, how do we know I am alive and not a figment? Yeah, it's a good question. I am an AI-generated character. With just 4 more children, I have complete boards for all my companies. Oh, what's the Tesla fanatic? What's her name? Okay, where's that woman's name? Okay, so SEC trading window for CEOs typically opens 2 trading days after earnings. Oh, you're fine, JB Ghost. I thought it was funny. This is funny. FSD. Ava Fox, thank you. That's who she is. Oh man, this should be fun. Like, I'd be careful about clicking on these people because remember, there is such thing as porn. Is this the woman? There's a different woman. Who was like the first plaid owner in Florida? Tom Nash? No. Not Joanna Kreider. No. Garfo. I just gave a horse, didn't finger one. Oh my god. What do you mean by porn? Let's see how Gary Black's holding up. I guarantee you the woman's going to post under it. We were just checking her out this morning. No, well, maybe she's not. Ben Mollet? No, it's not Ben. It's a woman. Hmm. Ah, fuck it. Rita, you gonna be streaming? Or are you streaming right now? Add ETH to your handle, then know that you can't afford that. You posted one time on Walter Bloomberg, yep. Kristen, I don't think it's Kristen Netton, but let's check that one out anyway. Anyone following Ellison's tweets? No, what's he saying? I assume he's going to sell too. Oh, it'd be kind of cool if he was. Oh my god. This is not the woman, but Jesus. Yep, I saw this earlier. By the way, here's an account if you guys are not following. It's a really good account. Not Sawyer Merritt. I'm not going to insult him, but this is a good account. He does a lot of tracking of the data points that usually the NBER looks at to determine a recession or not. It's really interesting. Yeah, Rita, I wasn't gonna dog you on this, but I'm like, you sure know a lot of these motherfuckers' first and last name. Just saying. I respect it. But yeah, he does a lot of work, a lot of posting the different metrics the MBER looks for recession. You could basically say, he says, the economy is being held up by industrial production and employment. Income and consumption are borderline recessionary. So there's like 6 specific data points they use. When they all go into contraction, that's usually what the MBR looks at to like truly determine a recession. And he points out like all of them are like basically pointing down, but they're not negative yet. By the way, that's why I still have my base case. Recession comes next year. We haven't had a real recession yet. You don't get recessions with 3.5% unemployment. Yep. All right. Yeah, I don't know why I have this guy now following me. I had asked this person, he was short air. And I'm like, he says, this company is not special. There's plenty of competition. So I asked him, which company competes with them? And he posted this list. I have no intention on replying to him. The only one of these companies that actually like is even close to the same area is actually Kohu. And they're not. He was pointing out like a software company, an industrial tools company, not a semiconductor company. Yeah. Any other favorite Mako Twitter accounts? Martini Rita? Yeah. She's fantastic. But yeah, just follow me on Twitter, because I tend to just like retweet and like shit. Not everything I like or retweet, by the way, is something I agree with. I just tend to find it interesting. By the way, guys, I mean, cloud is still strong. If IBM beat, then basically you now know for a Microsoft standpoint, their cloud's going to come in strong. The only problem with Microsoft is their dog shit attachment to the PC segment. PCs are down. There's no 2 ways around it. Accenture probably also doing well, but we knew that from last quarter. Is Equifax earning? I didn't know they were out. Yeah. Not everything I like, I agree with. Yeah. Because there's a lot of people who post like really clever things. And I'm like, well, I don't agree with it, but I want to, it's a good perspective. Whiskey Jack Black. Isn't that what Ted Cruz said when he likes porn on Twitter? No comment. No comment. Yeah, slight comment. How the fuck's he going to be into Asian porn? His constituency does not like Asians. Just saying. Just saying. Stanfill. The vast majority of Tesla's alleged free cash flow came from a huge increase in accounts payable. Oh, shit. I like how many people track Tesla just to fuck with them. They're not always right. Jankwalk, VentureBeat report stating 81% of IT departments directed to reduce cloud expenditures. Ooh, do you have a link on that? I'm open to see that, because that would be very different from the data points I've seen. Rita, oh my God, here's the tell. They are bringing the Tesla referral program back. Ooh, you would think that's bad news. Yes, it's a demand problem. Put it like this. The reason we knew a lot of those Apple reports about, quote, lowered demand were bullshit was early on in China, they cut back the prices they were offering for prior iPhones. That was a dead giveaway. Here we go. 81% rejected to reduce or halt cloud spending. New statement on clouds. Anyone, so their C-suite directed them to reduce as costs skyrocket. For multiple years, unimpeded cloud finds suggests enterprises soaring cloud spending may be tempered, blah, blah, blah. Digital transformation, multi-cloud usage. Okay. Hybrid. Got it. Here we go. What are your CFO, C-suite's thoughts on company cloud spending? Likes to stay the same, but take on no additional spending. What's their methodology here? So they're basically saying reduce it dramatically, which is 14%, reduce it marginally. They like to keep it the same, but take on no additional spending. I don't know how much I totally believe on that. It's interesting, though. Yeah, it's interesting. I think on the IT spending front, I think IT spending will drop down. But I've seen a lot talking about specifically reduction in on-prem. And if they're including hybrid clouds, how hybrid oftentimes will include either multiple public clouds, private clouds, or a combination of a cloud and on-prem. I think the on-prem is the part that I'd be concerned about. But it's interesting. Source trust people who's one cloud. No, that's a link. Yeah. Yeah, but it's interesting. Companies' cloud spend. Yeah. 2%. They're unaware of what we're spending. Don't laugh. That's some of my old companies. That would be that 2%. All right. All right, friends. Let's go ahead and see what our good friend Jay Jared's up to. Yeah, I've always worked in companies which I put it this way. I'm a big fan of the cloud because I don't trust our internal HR, our internal IT departments. And I've worked with them for big system implementations. All right, friends. I will see you guys tomorrow. Let's hope. All right, let's hope Tesla dies. If not, let's hope Tesla pumps so some of you guys who have long positions can jump the fuck out. But then we are waiting for Elon to start the selling. And apparently he may not be able to start selling until Friday. So take care, guys. Peace.